Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Saturday, December 13th, 2025. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the likes. So, what are we going to talk about today? That is up to you all to a large extent. This is an interactive show on which I invite you to participate either in the chat on YouTube or by calling in. I've got a link pinned in the YouTube chat as well as a phone number. There's a couple ways to call into the show, but I invite you to do that. We can do a discussion, debate, or just a get to know you kind of chat. So I'm pretty flexible on that, but I do like to have participation here. I see Florida Nick in the chat. Hello. He's our first chatter of the day. And maybe it was partly to your influence, Nick, that I put out an early announcement for the show. I think it might have been you who suggested announcing the show earlier as a way of making it easier for people to schedule it into their day. So I decided to do that. And I also decided to put out my Facebook and X announcements earlier than usual. So we'll see if that has any effect. To be determined. Thanks for the heart. I just saw a heart float up. Hi, Jason. Jason is also in the chat. Our second chat of the day. So I've got some things I could talk about. Might have a caller today, not sure. Someone who mentioned he might call in. But you don't have to schedule a call in advance. You can just call in spontaneously. So I have some things that I could discuss, but I want to give priority to topics that you all are interested in here, who are here live. So if there's something you would like to discuss, then I encourage you to mention it in the chat. I can give you a little update on my channel. So the main thing I did in between this stream and the last stream, which was 5 days ago, I stream every 5 days now. That's been my pattern. I did a little work on the David Pakman video that I've been mentioning in various shows, and I've completed the editing of it. And I actually uploaded it to my channel. I haven't published it yet. I still have to create a thumbnail and a description for it. But I have an idea for the thumbnail, and the description is partway done. So that's one thing I've been working on. And it's getting closer. Maybe it'll be out before my next stream, which will probably be 5 days from now. That would be Monday. Is that right? No, Thursday. Sorry. Um, I forget if I have to count forward 2 days or backward 2 days. I was confused. I can either count forward 5 days or count backwards 2 days. That would be equivalent to finding the correct day of the week for my next stream if I'm doing it every 5 days. But it's a little quicker to count back 2 days. So that would be Thursday. So maybe it'll be out by Thursday. We'll see. All right. What else? I went live on TikTok. That was the first time I've ever done that. I was able to figure that out. I tried it several weeks ago and I couldn't get it to, well, I couldn't find out how to download the TikTok Live Studio. I think that's what it's called. But I was scrolling through TikTok a couple days ago and all of a sudden this message popped up that said you can go live, and here's the link to download the TikTok Live Studio. So I followed the link, and this time the link worked. I'm not sure why it didn't work several weeks ago when I tried it, but anyways, it worked a couple days ago. So I went live on TikTok for the first time a couple days ago, and I there were the first I tried it on my phone, and I think there were 3 or 4 dozen people who dropped by at various times, not all at once, but people popped in, popped out, and I talked for about 20 minutes. I didn't get any interaction. It's a very new audience to me, so I don't know who all these people are who dropped by. And unlike YouTube, it'll actually show you the names of the accounts of the people who drop by, even if they're not saying anything. Like on YouTube, I don't know who's here unless they say something in my chat. But on TikTok, if you click on um, someone's feed while they're live, then it shows like Jason Adams joined, or Florida Nick joined. A little message like that will pop up on the screen, and everyone can see that. So it's less anonymous than YouTube is. I know who's there, but I have no idea who these people are. They're not like regular viewers. I don't have any regular viewers on TikTok, but I was able to see 3 or 4 dozen people drop by at various times. And no one chatted anything. I think they were just looking briefly, and usually they would come and go very quickly, which isn't really surprising. I haven't built up any audience or much of a reputation on TikTok. But I'm glad at least technically I could get it to work. It's at least possible. I didn't know that I was able to do it until recently. I thought you needed to have 1,000 followers on TikTok, and I'm far from that. I think I have around 50 followers now, 40 or 50. But I think maybe TikTok changed their rules. I don't know else. I don't know why else I would be able to go live now, but I was able to go live, and then I tried it again for a second time a couple days ago from my laptop. So the first time I went live, I was just on my phone. But then I tried it again on my laptop because I didn't want to be holding a phone up the whole time. It was not very comfortable. And so I wanted to get it set up on my laptop, and I was able to do that, go live on my laptop, and then I just did a few more minutes just to test that out. And I think only a couple people came by on my second attempt. And I think I got one like out of all of that. Out of all these, on the first stream when there were 3 or 4 dozen people, I think one person gave my stream a like. You just double tap the stream. At least that's how it works if you're doing a stream on mobile. And I was also able to get my background, my virtual backgrounds going when I had my live stream going on for TikTok on my laptop. I wasn't able to figure that out yet for my phone, but I think I would mainly want to use my laptop anyways if I'm going to do a live stream on TikTok. And I was able to get my virtual background, the same background I have here. I don't know if I'm going to still want to keep the part that says call info in chats that's on my background, because right now I don't have a call number for TikTok. I haven't figured out how to set that up. So I might want to change that part of it if I go live on TikTok. Simon also mentioned that he does. Oh, I see. Greg is here. Hello. And Matthew Stroud. Hi to you as well. I was just going to say about Simon, who is sometimes here in my chat. He mentioned that he does lives on TikTok sometimes. And maybe I'll do a live stream with him. I don't know if any of you are on TikTok. But anyways, there's a way to do co-hosts to have co-hosting on TikTok, and maybe I'll do that at some point. All right, let me see what Matthew has to say here. He says, "Hi Dan, I wonder in any free will discussions, have you encountered intrinsicist arguments a la Sam Harris? How have you countered or argued against it? Do they even recognize intrinsicism?" Okay. So before I get to that chat, I just remembered one thing I want to try. So after most of my live streams, I will go back and listen to them, at least a large portion of them, so that I can create the description under the video with timestamps to make it easy for people to see what was discussed and um, how to quickly navigate to any particular part of it that they're interested in. But that does take time, and sometimes I think it's worthwhile. I value listening to it again, but I don't always have time to listen to the entire previous live stream. And I thought maybe what I could do is create a description as my show is going on. That way I know what I've just talked about and roughly when it happens, so I don't have to go back and listen to the whole thing in order to create a description. And I think you at least sometimes can have YouTube create a description by using its AI ask feature, but it seems like that's not always available. And I don't know how reliable it is, at least if I don't create my own description, because I think sometimes it might depend on my own description in order to create it for the AI to create its description. But what I thought I would do is, as I'm doing my show here, and there's a switch from one topic to another, I can just note that in the description, and then I can update it in real time. And if you click on the description, you'll be able to notice that. And I see maybe we'll be switching to a new topic here with Matthew's comment. So now is a good time. I can actually share this on the screen, how I'm doing this. You can see the YouTube Studio view of my channel. I'm just going to share that. Okay, so there you see my YouTube Studio. And right now, if you look in the description, this is all you're going to see. There's no content here, but I usually just start by putting intro here as and I give a timestamp. So my next topic, I gave updates on my third commentary video on my calls to the David Pakman Show. And then I talked about doing TikTok lives. My first experience with TikTok lives. Okay. And now it takes more time to find a good timestamp, but I can at least estimate it. Like right now, I see it's 1:15 p.m. Pacific time, and I finished talking about my TikTok experience a couple minutes ago, so maybe 1:13. Now I started at 1 p.m. Pacific, so the runtime of the video is going to be an hour different than the clock time, right? Because even though I stopped talking about TikTok at about 1:13, YouTube treats that as a timestamp. So that it would treat that as go to the 1 minute and 13 minute mark, or 1 minute and 13 second mark. But I don't want that. It would be 13 minutes into my actual stream. So it would have to be like this, because YouTube interprets the rightmost part after the colon as seconds, and then minutes, and then hours here. So now that timestamp would take someone to the end of the TikTok section, which is why I have it on the right rather than the left. See, if I put it over here, then it wouldn't be correct because that would be at the beginning rather than the end of the TikTok. I don't know when I started talking about it. Maybe it was at the 6 minute mark or 7 minute mark, something like that. So it's harder to, when I'm doing these topics on the fly, then it's easier to do an end time than a beginning time because I know when I end the topic, but when I start talking about something, I don't know how long it's going to go on. I don't know if it's going to be worth making a entry in the description for because maybe I only talk about it for 10 seconds. And it would just be an interruption to at the very beginning of each segment to stop and then go over to the description and make an entry for it. So one thing I could do here on the fly to get some timestamps without having to re-listen to the whole stream afterwards is just to indicate the end time of a section. And then you know that the end time of that section maybe is at the beginning. Maybe that will also serve as the beginning of the next section, at least roughly. So the next section would be creating a real-time description, because I've talked about that for a few minutes now. So maybe that would be worth including here. Um, so anyways, I'll figure out better ways to do this as I get more practice with it. But I thought maybe I could just try this out for today at least. So if I save this now, it'll then show up in your description if you click on it, right? If I hit this save up here, save. Okay, so now if you look at the description, it should show up. I should be able to verify it here. If I go into my, oh, 9 people watching now. Great. Welcome. Good to see. Good to see that. All right. So now it's showing 15 seconds delay. So you see the last 15 seconds or so. And then if I open the description box here, you can now see the updates I just made here in real time. So I think this might be a more efficient way for me to create a description because often my shows, they go on for a long time. Like sometimes they go on for 5, 6, 7 hours or even longer. So if I can save myself from having to listen to that many hours of material, then that would help out. Oh, thanks for the likes. Got some more likes. Also, thanks for any subscribers. I definitely welcome new subscribers. I'm up to 970 right now, working my way up to 1,000. So if you want to be part of the first 1,000, now is a good time to subscribe. And I will give you a free super chat once I start taking super chats, which I think will be in January. So in just a few weeks, I plan to start taking super chats. And if you're one of my first 1,000 subscribers and you're publicly subscribed so that I can verify you're a subscriber, then I'll give you a free super chat. There's a way to adjust your settings so that it's public or private. I'm going to change this to live chat so that I don't miss any. Sometimes if you have it on, oh yeah, see, there are some people here, Storytime Jesus, who didn't show up when I had it selected to top chat, unless I just somehow missed it. But anyways, to make sure you're not missing any chats, you can change it to live chat. All right, so Storytime Jesus disappeared. Why did that happen? All I did was change it to live chat. Maybe he retracted his comment, and then I refreshed it. Oh yeah, here it says, I can see because on the delay here, if I scroll back, it says, here I can expand this. It says message retracted, but there were two messages. So maybe he retracted both, and then when I refreshed the page, you no longer see those retracted messages. Oh, he says I retracted. Okay. Yeah, if I go back here in time, maybe I will be able to see on screen because I share my screen. So you can see the chats, they get preserved on the screen even if you retract them in the live chat box. But I won't scroll back since you retracted it. Um, but just be aware that um, your chat might get shared on the screen permanently even if you retract it in the live chat box. Um, if I happen to be sharing the screen, I'm not always sharing the screen, but sometimes. All right. So I was going to address Matt's comments, Matthew Stroud's, or at least see if I have anything to say about that. So let me go to that next. And let me actually pop this chat window out. So you don't need to see both chats here. Um, it's the same chat. One has a time delay, I guess. But I can pop that chat out into its own window. And let me do that. I just took a quick look at Storytime Jesus's channel. I was curious to see what's on it. Maybe we could have a discussion or a debate. I'm an atheist. Ayn Rand was an atheist. I don't know if you're familiar with Ayn Rand at all, but she was very opposed to Christianity. So she has a very different worldview. And maybe we could talk about that some. But let me look back at Matthew's comments. Okay, I just popped out the chat and I'm going to share that again. Okay. You say the story of Jesus, the conqueror of the promised land. That's another one from Storytime Jesus that just came in. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can talk about that in a bit. But let me go back to Matthew's comment. He says, I wonder in any free will discussions, have you encountered intrinsicist arguments a la Sam Harris? Have you, how have you encountered or argued against it? Do they even recognize intrinsicism? The first thing that strikes me about this is I don't associate that term intrinsicism with Sam Harris. I associate the term determinism with him because I haven't read him myself, but I've heard many people say, and probably including Sam Harris himself, I think I've heard him say that he's a determinist. So I'm not sure why you say he's an intrinsicist. That's a term Ayn Rand came up with to describe certain viewpoints. But I'm curious why you apply that term to describe his arguments. I think most people do not recognize intrinsicism. This is a term that Ayn Rand coined. That's my understanding. So often people are familiar with the terms objective and subjective. And there's this dichotomy. Something can be either objective or subjective. Like beliefs, for instance, you might say, my belief is subjective or my belief is objective, or values or morality, you could say, is objective or subjective, and people will debate that. But Ayn Rand introduced the third category, the intrinsic, and just in very broad brushstrokes, I can indicate the difference for for people. Let me actually pull up my notes that I sometimes share here. I'll use it as a whiteboard or a chalkboard. Um, Okay. So this is, I like to put a date at the top. Okay. So I'll title this, or I'll put this December 13th. Okay. So I just want to say very briefly something about these terms: subjective, objective, and intrinsic. So subjective means, well, I think there are multiple meanings of these terms, subjective and objective at least. And we can say the meaning I'm going to give for now is, um, well, this will be my first draft. Maybe I'll revise this, but I'll just say in the mind. For objective, I'll say in the world. And then, oh, sorry, for that should have been intrinsic. Intrinsic is in the world. This is Ayn Rand's understanding of this trichotomy. And then objective is the mind's grasp of the world. So there's both the mind and the world are involved. Now, I don't know if that's the best way to formulate this, but I said it's just a first draft. And maybe we could also look at what Ayn Rand says about these terms. But for now, I'll just give you my quick take on them. Let me space it out a little more here. So if you say someone's belief is subjective, I think that often means it's not really true of reality. It's just it's it indicates something in their mind. Like if you say, um, uh, Trump is the greatest president ever, right? You might say that's a subjective opinion. That's just someone's own personal opinion. It's in their minds, but it's not necessarily true of reality. It's just what they happen to believe about reality. Um, if you say uh, the Empire State Building is taller than 100 feet, that would be, well, in this case, I think that would be objective. That is a mind grasping the world. It's not merely your opinion or your belief. It's actually true. It's a correct grasp of the world. And then what would be an example of intrinsic? Maybe something like um, thou shalt not kill. Religious commandments, I think, are an example of intrinsicist or intrinsic viewpoints. It's just part of the nature of reality that you shouldn't kill. Um, it's not it's not that someone happens to believe that it's bad, it's something you should not do. It's just part of the fabric of reality. At least this is the claim. All right, you can dispute it, but um, God just commanded this, and it doesn't matter what you personally happen to believe about it. It's just part of the nature of the world that it's wrong or bad to kill. So your mind is not relevant. Your personal beliefs are not relevant. It's just intrinsically part of reality, apart from the mind, that you shouldn't kill. Maybe I should put that in parentheses as an example. Thou shalt not kill. And my example of subjective was Trump is the greatest president ever. I think I disagree with that, but that's not really the point right now. Um, and then my example here was the Empire State Building is taller than 100 feet. Okay. I don't know if those are great examples. at least all of them. But I'm just wanted to give a gesture, at least, at the meaning of these terms as Ayn Rand understands them. So I can call this Ayn Rand's trichotomy. And maybe we can talk about it more. We can get into it some more. But I'll just pause there for now. So I'm not sure how this relates to free will and Sam Harris and determinism. I haven't heard this term intrinsic or intrinsicism applied to Sam Harris. So I'm not sure um, what Matthew had in mind there. Let me come back to the chat, see if he added anything. Okay, yeah, I see a couple more comments from Matthew. He says intrinsicism involves something called the truth out there in reality, writing itself upon our minds. The intrinsicist will say the only way to have truth is if there is no free will. Oh, okay. All right. I see a little better now the connection you are making. Um, and maybe I'll come back to this chat, but let me read the next chat also. Sam Harris and the people that argue like him on free will don't recognize consciousness doing work. They just think if you had the same facts they do, you'd see things just like they do too. Okay, I'm seeing better, a little better what you mean now. And then you just added Harry Binswanger. He's an objectivist philosopher for anyone who doesn't know. He discusses this in reference to free will. Okay, maybe I should share the chat window now. All right, so, oh, let me also, I got a couple windows open here on my desktop that I want to minimize. Okay. So let me see if I have anything I can add here to what Matthew says. Just a second. Okay. So let me just read this again. Intrinsicism involves something called the truth out there in reality. Yeah, this was a view that Plato held, or at least something similar to this. So we just have to expose our minds and then to reality, and then reality will write itself on us if we how does this come up in Plato? I think he thought that there was this world of forms, he called it. So these abstractions, I'm using a bunch of words right now. I just use the word, the word abstraction. Um, I said there are a bunch of words, bunch is a word. All the words we use, these are, at least many of the words are concepts, unless they're proper nouns like Matthew. That's the name of a particular person. That's not a concept. That's just a name. But words that integrate different things, like the word integrates all the words I use. So all the words on this screen here, intrinsicism involves something called the word refers to all of these. These are all instances of the concept of word. So the word is an abstraction. Uh, all these words, unless there are any proper nouns, are abstractions. You could also call them concepts. I don't know. There might be some other sorts of words. I don't know, like what you would say about articles, like the. Is the a concept, or is it just performing some kind of some other sort of role, which is not exactly an abstraction? I don't want to get into that too much. Maybe we can more later. But anyways, Plato thought that these abstractions didn't exist just in our minds. So when we're children, we don't have any of these words. We have to learn words. As we observe reality, we observe similarities and in the things that we observe. For instance, a toddler will see that the people in its environments look similar as opposed to the dog, if it has a pet dog in the house, and it will learn to group the people together under one term and call them people eventually, or maybe humans. I don't know exactly what its first term for human being will be, but it notices something in common between the things in its environment. And at that point, it has a concept when it just notices the similarity. But then if it applies a word to label that similarity, then you have a word, not just a mental grasp. When you've noticed the similarity, then you could say it's a concept. And then when you apply a word to it, now it's more stable. It's more fixed. You've tied it together, so to speak. Now, Plato thought that these concepts like manness exist apart, or humanness exist apart from minds. They're not just a result of a mental grasp of things in one's environment. Even if there were no people to grasp a similarity among the various things in one's environment, there would still be manness or humanity in this otherworldly dimension, this world of forms, he called it. And to to become aware of these forms in the other dimension, I don't know exactly what the procedure is. I think maybe in different of Plato's dialogues, maybe it says different things, but um, I think at least in the case of some abstractions, Plato thought it was helpful to learn mathematics. Mathematics was a very abstract field as Plato construed it, I think. Like there are no perfect circles or perfect triangles in the world as he saw it. There were just imperfect images or copies of triangles or circles in the world. Like maybe a wheel, you see a wheel and it looks circular, but if you look at it very closely, maybe under a microscope, you'll see little hills and peaks and valleys. It's not a perfectly circular thing, but in mathematics, we have this idea of a perfectly circular form, this form in which all the points along the edge are equidistant from one center point. So, well, where do we get this idea of a circle from? We can't observe it in reality because there are no perfect circles, but somehow we have an idea of that. And maybe what Plato says is, well, there's this other world of forms, and that's the source of our ideas of a perfect circle. I'm not sure exactly what he would say. But anyways, what Plato thought our concepts referred to was these forms in another dimension or abstractions in another dimension. They're not just a mental grasp that humans form as they grow up. And I'm trying to connect this back to what Matthew was saying um, when he says intrinsicism calls something, it involves something called the truth out there in reality, writing itself upon our minds. So somehow we need to get in touch with the forms in order to know the world, because that's true reality, according on Plato's view. Um, and uh, we need to not let our minds distort our perception of the world. So for Plato, the senses are agents of distortion, or they somehow are they veil us from true reality. Whereas for an Aristotelian philosophy, or Ayn Rand's view, the senses, our five senses, there are means of grasping reality. They're not obstacles to knowing the truth. For Plato, I think the the senses are an obstacle to grasping true reality. Maybe this has something to do with what I was saying about the circle. Like we have this idea of a perfect circle, but our senses only give us an I or give us an awareness of imperfect circles, for instance. But so I'm getting into a lot of epistemology here, the theory of knowledge. But Matthew is tying the this epistemology or this theory of knowledge, intrinsicism, to the issue of free will or the issue of choice. And okay, so I think one way that's connected is if your mind is actively involved in grasping the truth, like if you're like the toddler observing these similarities and differences in the things in its environment, that's an active mental process by which the toddler reaches the concept of man or human. But when the mind is active, according to some philosophers, it distorts. It's a distorting activity. I think this was one of Kant's core ideas. The mind is an agent of distortion. For us to correctly grasp reality, to grasp reality as it really is, as opposed to reality as it's been distorted by our mental processes. We can't engage in any mental processing. So our mind just has to be static, maybe you could put it that way, and just allow reality to imprint itself on the mind, right? For the mind to be actively engaged in processing reality, that will distort its grasp. I don't think this is correct, and Ayn Rand argued against it, but this was Kant's view. So if you hold that the activity of the mind is a distorting activity, that it prevents one from having a correct grasp of the world, then you might think, okay, well, you might think free will is such a distorting activity. Free will is actively using your mind, making choices about things. But if you have to eliminate the activity of the mind in order to get around the possibility of your mind distorting your awareness of reality, you have to not use free will. I guess that's the idea. I think that's the point Matthew is making here. Free will as an activity is a distorting sort of function. So to correctly grasp reality, we have to not use our free will and just allow we our minds have to be passive, and reality can just stamp itself on our minds. So, okay, I think that is the idea Matthew is suggesting here. So let me, I see some more chats have come in from Greg. Hi, Greg. Uh, let me read through this one again, see if I want to add anything else. Sam Harris and the people that argue like him on free will don't recognize consciousness doing work. They just think if you had the same facts they do, you'd see things like they do. Okay. I'm wondering now if if two people have the same facts, will they come to the same conclusions? Uh, like maybe we could use math, a simple math example. Like if you grasp 1 plus 1 equals 2, because you see, you learn to count as a child, and then you learn if you have one thing and then another thing, and then you consider them together, you've got two things. Isn't it unavoidable that there are to conclude that there are two things if you see two things, each of them you consider as a unit? So you might think, well, if you have a certain set of facts, if there's a certain set of facts before you, like let's say you see two ice cream cones, it's unavoidable that you will conclude that there are two ice cream cones, so long as you know how to count. So I wonder if there's something right about this point that they think if you had the same facts, Sam Harris and people who argue like him, they think if you had the same facts they do, you just see things just like they do too. I think that might be right, but they don't have this, at least if you have a very broad interpretation of what facts are, like if you include among facts, facts about interpretation, like how you should interpret what you observe, then um, then maybe this would hold true. I'm trying to think of how to make this more concrete, give an example or something. Like one thing that Sam Harris says is that he doesn't acknowledge even an illusion of free will. Many determinists will say, yes, it appears that we have free will. It appears that we have control over our minds, but that's just an illusion. But Sam Harris says there's not even an illusion of free will. There's nothing that even needs to be explained away. Like many of the determinists who say that free will is an illusion will go on to say, yes, it seems like we have free will, but if we consider the findings of science, like the experiments of Benjamin Libet, they'll often cite those, then we have reason to think that the the appearance of free will is merely that, it's just an appearance. But Sam Harris says there's not even an appearance or an illusion of free will. It doesn't even seem like we have free will. So is that a case of him not having the same facts that an objectivist has? And an objectivist would say there is free will. Um, or is, or what do we say about that? I mean, assuming we had that Sam Harris and objectivists are both the same sorts of being at just at the level of they're both human beings. It's not like they have fundamentally different kinds of psychology. What would explain why Sam Harris says there is no appearance of free will, and objectivists would say there is an appearance of free will. It's just self-evidence. Is is one of them just being dishonest, or or what? Um, I think the same facts must be available to both, and because it's I don't think Sam Harris is like a robot on the inside. He's made out of silicon or metal or something. Um, so I think what's available to his introspection is the same as what's available to mine. So if if he looks inside, if he introspects and he says there is no appearance of free will, then maybe he's looking at the wrong thing, or he sees what I see, but he sees that there is some control, but he's just denying it. He's dishonest. He's evading it. Um, one of these sorts of examples he sometimes gives that I've heard. I haven't read Sam Harris myself, but other people who I sometimes encounter who are fans of Sam Harris, they'll give examples such as suppose you I say think of a one of the states in the United States. What's what's the first one that comes to mind? Well, Alabama just popped up in my mind. I don't know, maybe something else came to your minds. Florida or Nebraska or something else, California. Now, I didn't choose. Why is it that Alabama came to my mind? I don't know. I didn't choose that. So I think that's a sort of example that Sam Harris would point to show that the things that happen in our minds are not within our control. Now, I think that's true about some of the things that happen in our mind, but not everything. And I think that's the important point. To hold that there is free will is not to hold that every single thing that ever happens in one's mind is something that you chose to happen. It's to hold, at least in part, that some things that happen in your mind are under your control. Now, on Ayn Rand's view, the fundamental thing under your control is whether you choose to focus your mind or not. It's not an issue of content, like a specific thought or belief that's directly under your control. Certain content can just pop up automatically. Like if I say, Mary had a little, the word lamb just automatically pops up in your mind if you know that nursery rhyme. So it's, and that's a piece of content that came into your awareness or your consciousness. So for Rand's, what's under your control is directly is not any particular piece of content. It's an operation, an action. It's whether you choose to focus your mind or not. That's not an issue of any particular content. It's just whether your mind is under your control or you're at the mercy of your emotions. Whether your rational faculty is ready to be deployed or you're just driven by feelings, desires, whims. That's what's directly under your control. So maybe if Sam Harris were to not consider particular items of content, if rather he were to consider whether you're controlling whether or not you're in focus, maybe he would say something different. I don't know if he's even aware of Ayn Rand's theory of free will, that the fundamental choice we have is whether we focus our minds. I haven't heard him discuss that. So I don't know if he's aware of Rand's theory of free will and he still rejects it, or if he's just not aware of it. Anyways, I see several more chats here, so I want to get to those as well. But maybe now is a good time to update my description. I can get in the habit of doing that. So I've talked about free will for a while and Sam Harris's view of it, and intrinsicism. That was another topic. So let me come back to update my description. This might also be useful to people who want to follow a table of contents as the stream is going on. Maybe sometimes people pop into the stream and say, "What have you guys been talking about?" Well, if I update this description in real time, they'll have an idea of what we've been discussing. So let me say, I'll put it as intrinsicism, free will, and Sam Harris. Okay. And I might revise this later, but um, this it could be useful at least to have a first draft of a description. All right, so let me save that and then come back to the chat. The way YouTube lays out the studio is a little different. They changed the layout recently, so I'm still getting used to where everything is. It used to show me the number of likes here in my, oh, I see. There's a different menu I have to click on now to access that. The number of viewers and the number of likes. Okay, I see. Now they're together. They're, okay, got it. Okay, so back to the chat. Greg says the description did update here. Unlike the likes, still stuck at 3. For me, it says there are 4 likes now. Oh, now it says there are 5 likes. So I think that does take longer to refresh. If you reload your page, maybe it'll update. But if you don't reload the page, I think it'll still update, but it just takes longer. Okay, let me share my chat window. Okay, I got up to this one. Actually, I want to skip ahead to this one for a bit, since this person is new and he's said something directly on the topic I was just talking about. Storytime Jesus says you don't need free will to evade facts. Now, one thing it just occurred to me, since you're a Christian, I guess, Christianity is deterministic, or at least one might think it is. If you think God has foreknowledge and of the future, so he knows everything that's going to happen, well, is it really up to us what we're going to do? If we're just players in God's play, then do we really have free will? Now, I know, I think some Christians, at least, maybe not Calvinists, I think they're more hardcore determinists, but at least some Christians, I think they do try to reconcile free will with God's foreknowledge. I don't think it's not clear to me that there's a way to do that. But anyway, I think evasion is an act of free will. Evasion means using your choice to not look at reality or to not look at the facts. And if you have no control over it, if you automatically don't look at the facts, then that's I don't think that's evasion. I think evasion is a chosen blindness. It's like a willful blindness to the facts. It's not just ignorance, but the refusal to see. So you could be oblivious or ignorant of facts if you don't have free will, like an animal is, right? There are things that an animal doesn't know. Um, but uh, that's different than evading facts. And I mean, there's also things a human can't doesn't know, right? I don't know what hair color you have. I don't know what eye color you have. So there are things I'm ignorant of, but that not doesn't mean I'm evading anything. Um, when you're evading, that means you know something to be true on some level, or you sense something is true, but you're just pushing it out of your mind. Maybe Donald Trump is evading the fact that he lost the 2020 election. He knows there's no basis for thinking it was rigged against him, but he doesn't like that fact, so he just pushes that out of his mind using his willpower. So he's evading facts, but he's using his free will to do that. So if you think you don't need free will to evade facts, I wonder why you would think that. Okay, but let me go back now to some of these other comments. Jason says briefly in grammar, terms like the Pentagon, the Kremlin, and the Great Depression are called fanciful appellations. A fanciful appellation, I guess this came up because I was talking about concepts and words like the word man or human being and proper nouns. He mentions proper noun here. He goes on to say a fanciful appellation is a descriptive or imaginative name used as a proper noun to refer to a specific institution, place, events, or concept rather than using its literal or formal title. I think the Great Depression, the Kremlin, the Pentagon, those are proper nouns, and that's why they're capitalized. We typically capitalize proper nouns, and they only refer to single names, particular things. So there's a contrast between universals and particulars. And one way we signify the difference in written form is by capitalizing particulars. And your names also do that. Like Greg Lewis, right? That's a proper name that refers to a particular individual. So we capitalize that. And this refers to a specific period of time, the Great Depression, the 1930s. The Kremlin refers to a specific building, not just buildings in general, but one particular building. So that's a proper name. A fanciful appellation. Appellation is just a fancy name for word, right? Let me do a quick look up at that. Name or title. And Greg says ASME and ISO. This is intrinsic, subjective, objective. But I don't know. What is ASME? Provide a means of dealing with the imperfect circles, lines, planes, etc., and provides a way of identifying what is acceptable, perfect enough for manufacturing. Oh, maybe this is something different. Maybe it's just some engineering acronym. Oh, I guess he says in the next chat here, American Society of Mechanical Engineers and International Standards Organization. It's just a coincidence that it's got the same acronym as the intrinsic subjective objective. And I was just talking about that, so that was on my mind. Okay. Harry Benswanger is doing some work on the philosophy of mathematics, trying to put it on a more Aristotelian foundation. And I think he gives more priority to what that involves, in part at least, is not treating some otherworldly, not having some otherworldly notion of perfection, of which this world is an imperfect reflection or copy. Rather, give primacy to this world. So there's nothing defective about this world. Mathematics is a tool for dealing with this world. So if it doesn't help us deal with this world, then there's something wrong with the tools of mathematics, not with the world. So if there's something wrong with some notion in mathematics, like the notion of infinity or a perfect circle, um, if that doesn't help us understand this world as it is, then there's something wrong with the notion of perfect circle or infinity, not with, there's not something wrong with this world. It's interesting how many engineers know what a perfect circle is to assert that there can't be one. And then Matthew says Harris could say, if you knew what I do, you'd say that free will doesn't exist. He doesn't recognize his evasion of other facts, which he is using his own free will to do. I wonder what other facts you mean there. Maybe you just mean the self-evidence fact that we have control. And he's using his free will to evade that fact. I already read this one. Okay. So that is the last chat as of now. I'm caught up in the chat. So I need to figure out what I'm going to talk about next. Well, you can help me with that because I engage with chats. That's the bulk of the show. Why is this on top chat? Let me switch that to live chat. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. A new chat from Matthew. He says, what do you think about the math problem about the sum of the series of all positive integers equals negative 1/12? Is this part of what is going wrong in mathematics? I haven't heard that one, that the sum of the series of all positive integers is negative 1/12. Oh, hold on, I gotta plug in my laptop. Battery is low. Okay. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, I forget how many years it was, but there were seemed like there were a bunch of people on YouTube or maybe other places online tried to prove something really silly like 2 plus 2 is not 4 or so. I forget what the example was, but there was something going around a few years ago to that effect. I don't know if this is a similar sort of thing. The sum of the series of all positive integers. I could Google that. I don't know why would someone think that the positive the sum of all positive integers is a negative number. It does sound like that's probably an indication there is something going wrong in mathematics, if that's what some people think. Maybe I'll give that a quick Google and see what I find. I don't know that it even makes sense to talk about a sum of all the positive integers. Like, what are all the positive integers? Like, is that a finite set or an infinite set? You might think it's an infinite set. There's no end to it, but does the term infinite really, does that mean it has no identity? This is one of the critiques you might make from an objectivist point of view of the idea of infinity. And I think Harry Benswanger says things along these lines, like infinity has no specific. I think before Harry also, I think maybe I should look this up in the Ayn Rand lexicon, but there might be some comments from Leonard Peikoff. If something is infinite, it has no specific size. Like if you say the universe is infinite in its size, that would mean it has no particular size. But you can't have a size, but it not be a particular size. It's like just like with someone can't have a certain height. Someone can't have height, but not have a particular height. Like if I say um, you are you're tall, but you're not 6 feet tall or 6 feet 1 inches tall or 6 feet 2 inches tall. There's no particular height that you have. You're just tall. Well, that doesn't make sense. That's a way of saying that you have no specific identity. But to be is to be something, something in particular. This is a point in objectivism, and maybe it traces back to Aristotle. But in any case, if you think that to say something is infinite is a way of saying it doesn't have a particular identity, then that's that's a way of saying it doesn't exist. And I think Harry Benzwanger has said the largest number that exists is the largest number you have ever grasped. So maybe the largest number for you, if you're 5 years old, maybe you've never considered a number larger than 100. So that would be the largest number. But if you're a mathematician, maybe the largest number you've ever considered is a Googleplex or so, I don't know. But there is no numbers don't exist apart from particular minds that are aware of them because they are mental constructs or abstractions. There aren't numbers just intrinsic, to use that term, out in the world apart from minds. So the only numbers there are the ones that particular minds have grasped, and there's not an infinite number of those. So I don't know that it even makes sense to speak of the series of all positive integers, unless by that you mean all the positive integers that your particular mind has considered. So I think that might be a way of giving some meaning to this phrase. But whatever that sum is, I don't know how it could be equal to negative 1/12th. I was going to Google that. Let me just quickly do that. So the AI overview that just popped up says the mathematical claim that the sum of all positive integers, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, etc., equals negative 1/12th is a widely recognized result derived from specific advanced mathematical techniques rather than standard convergent summation. This result is used in fields like string theory and quantum field theory, but it relies on analytical continuation methods, specifically using the Riemann zeta function. Never heard of that. Okay, so I think maybe there's just something gone wrong in math and or physics that's leading to this. I think there are a lot of problems in, at least in physics, in the interpretation of quantum mechanics. Like you can have a particle that is in no particular place. Well, Ayn Rand said, I think, once that if something is in motion, then it's not in a particular place. It's just moving. Um, so maybe there's something right about that, but I don't know. I don't know all the claims that are made in quantum mechanics, but I think some of them at least involve contradictions, and I think that can be vetoed just from on philosophical grounds. When you reach a contradiction, I think that shows there's something wrong with the way you're thinking about it. It violates the law of identity. A is A. And so if you end up saying there's contradictions, well, I could also say, no, there's not contradictions. And then if you say, oh, no, but this shows there are contradictions, I say exactly. It shows there are no contradictions. Hey, if you allow contradictions, then I should be able to say anything I want, right? Including that the fact that it shows there are contradictions shows that there are not contradictions. Doesn't make sense? Right. Well, that's what happens when you allow contradictions. So I think you can just veto some things on the basis of philosophy and the grasp of the law of identity. So I think there's some bad things going on in physics, and I'm less familiar with examples from math, but maybe there too. But maybe this is something that can just be vetoed on philosophic grounds. Let me come back to the chat. It's quite famous, says Matthew. I think it's from Ramanujan. Apparently, they use it in string theory. Tells you a lot about string theory. It is an infinite set, 1 plus 2 plus 3 to infinity. Jason says, I asked Harry Binswanger, sort of sci-fi question on YB. You're on Brook Show. If you want to give your take on it. Okay, maybe let me come back to that one and just read these ones about the math first here. They use the sum of the series 0 plus 1 plus 0 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 and say it equals 1/2. which immediately triggers me. Oh, that's the example that was going around a few years ago. Yeah, that vaguely rings a bell. Um, then they sum some other simple series and calculate the total equals -1/12. Maybe it's just bogus math, silly tricks, and maybe it somehow results from having a detached view of mathematics, a non-Aristotelian view of mathematics, just playing with symbols rather than treating them as things that actually represent things in the world. There's a book, I think it came out a few years ago that, or no, more than that, maybe like 15 years ago, called Mathematics is About the World by Robert Knapp. I think that's right. Let me put that in the chat. Yeah, Robert Knapp. I'll show that on my screen. Mathematics is About the World, how Ayn Rand's theory of concepts unlocks the false alternatives between Plato's mathematical universe and Hilbert's game of symbols. I read a little of that book, maybe the first few chapters. But if you're interested in this topic, you might want to pick this book up. I'll put that in the chat as well. Okay. So Jason said there's a sci-fi example he raised. There is no time travel because of how cause and effect works. But could a camera exceed light speed and photo the past, i.e., Lincoln's assassination? Okay. I heard Harry Benswinger recently say that he thinks there could be faster than speed of light travel, or at least he's not convinced there cannot be faster than speed of light travel. But I'm not sure how that affects this question. Without deep physics, should a simple principle prevent pursuing such a camera? Oh, there's also a talk by Harry Benswinger. Maybe I should mention that. Um, in addition to this book by Robert Knapp. Well, I think there's more than one talk, but at least at one of the recent objectivist conferences, Harry Benswinger gave a talk. Um, I'll just say also search for Harry Benswinger's talks on mathematics on the Ayn Rand Institute. It's YouTube channel if you're interested in this topic. Okay. But going back to Jason's question, could a camera exceed light speed and photograph the past? Without deep physics or a simple principle prevent pursuing such a camera? I don't know. Photograph the past. If you can find, I was just thinking of sound waves, and I don't know if it was Harry Benswanger or someone else who I recently heard say or wonder whether you could catch up to sound waves and somehow record them. So I don't know what the speed of sound is, like 500 miles per hour or something like that. And we can actually break the sound barrier through airplanes, right? And that's what a Boom, that company is working on doing. They're producing, or their goal is to um, for there to be supersonic flight, as there once was with the Concorde decades ago. But Blake Scholl's company, Boom, they're just trying to bring that back. So maybe we could, and this is, I think, there's a movie called Contact. I don't know if that was the movie, but it might have been in that movie where it starts out. Um, there's like a zooming out from the Earth to deeper and deeper depths of space, and you catch up to these sound waves. Um, like if you go far enough, you catch up to the sound of these radio waves from like the 1940s. FDR saying this is the day of infamy, right? When Pearl Harbor was um, attacked. And then you go further, um, maybe back to the 1920s, and you catch up to those sound waves that were emitted by radios, and you hear the sounds of swing dance bands from the Roaring Twenties, and so if you can go find some way to go faster than sounds, maybe you could catch those sound waves and then capture them. And maybe if you can go faster than light, you could find a way to capture those and then, in a sense, capture the past. Well, are we sort of doing that when we look at stars? Because stars, there maybe some of the stars that we see have gone extinct, and we are looking because of, the light traveling from those stars has taken so long to get to us on Earth. Are we seeing the past in a sense when we look at certain stars? So maybe it depends on what you mean by can we photograph the past? Maybe in a sense we can photograph the past, like if we photograph stars that no longer exist, if we were to travel to the point from which those light rays or light waves are emanating. Um, so, but I don't know that light waves should be used to determine what is the past? Like there's no like absolutes. I don't know if this absolute notion of time, I think time is, um, it's a measurement of motion. That's that's how it's characterized, at least some places in the objectivist literature. Um, but anyways, I see there are a couple more chats that have come in. Um, Matthew says, we know so little about physics that to have a hard rule that nothing can travel faster than light is naive. As far as we know, it is true, but science is in its infancy. And Jason says, Harry's answer, it is A, not worth pursuing for hundreds of years, and B, philosophy won't tell you whether you can photograph the past. He believed the waves are out there and could be retrievable. He mentioned the sound wave example. He was recently on, Harry Benswanger was recently on the Euron Brook show. Was that where, oh, is that, you did mention the Euron Brook show here, I see. A sci-fi question. Oh, so was that the recent Q&A on the Euron Brook show with Harry? You were the one that asked something that prompted this comment from Harry about sound waves. Okay. Okay, yeah, maybe that's what I was remembering. Yes, YBS 11 days ago, says Jason. Okay. Oh, Quent Cordair Fine Art is here. Hello. Welcome. Oops, had to switch accounts. Okay. Yeah, Linda Cordair. I thought that might be you. Linda came from, she called in a few shows ago, and we talked about her fight against the state of California during COVID, her fight to keep Quentin Cordair Fine Art open. That was good to learn about. So, for anyone who doesn't know, Linda Cordair is married to Quentin Cordair, who, after whom the Quentin Cordair Fine Art Gallery is named. I think they've been around for decades, like maybe as long as I've been in an objectivism. I first, I don't know when I first heard about Quentin Cordair Fine Art. I'm guessing sometime in the 2000s, maybe even before that, though. I'm not sure. Maybe Linda can let us know when Quentin Cordair Fine Art started. Okay, so Harry mentioned the sound example, the sound wave example, and he mentioned Einstein would tell you no, you can't do it. That is, you can't travel faster than speed of lights. Oh, Linda says 1996 is when the art gallery started. Okay. Yeah, that was longer than I've been in. I first read Ayn Rand in 1997, and I remember hearing about your art gallery quite early on. Oh, Holden is also here. Hi, Holden. There's one other chat I didn't read yet from Jason. He says, going back in time, I do not think there is any way to send current information or matter into history. Do you agree with that? That there is that there is no way to send current information into or matter into history. I guess so. I don't see how you could do it. I mean, I haven't thought about this much. Like, I don't know if there's, I don't think you can change the past or interact with the past, but maybe it can be tricky to find what you mean by the past. Like, is it, like I was saying before, you might say we see the past when we're looking at a star that has exploded and no longer exists if you go to that place where the light is emanating from. So, can you see the past, or should we describe it some way differently? Are we saying what we really see is the present? We see um, light that still exists. It just doesn't exist in the place where it appears to be. And I'm not sure exactly how to describe it. So you might say that looking at a no longer existing star, um, well, even that might seem self-contradictory. How can you look at something that no longer exists? If it no longer exists, then there's nothing to look at. Um, so instead of saying we see a no longer existing star, should we say we see light that is traveling from a no longer existing star? And that is something we do in the present. The light is traveling right now. Um, and if we call that seeing the past, maybe that's just a convenient way of speaking or a non-literal way of speaking. I'm not sure how to describe it, but um, so maybe to go back to Jason's question, maybe there's a non-literal way in which you could send current information or matter into history, but in a more literal way, there's not a way to do that. That's all I can do now off the top of my head on this question. Okay. Ayn Rand is the reason Quint Cordair fine art exists. Okay. It's definitely, I can see the connection because Ayn Rand, she promoted, or she saw herself as being part of what she called romantic realism as a school of art. And my understanding is that that is also the type of art that Quint Cordair fine art sells. So art that is romantic and also realistic, as opposed to oh yeah, Holden, you can call in. Yeah, he asked if you can call in. Yes, you may. Certainly. Uh, so I think Ayn Rand said about the 19th century art, that was a period of romanticism, but not romantic realism. Why? I don't know if I can give a good explanation. Read Ayn Rand's book, The Romantic Manifesto, if you want to learn more about her theory of art. But I think there were some maybe mystical aspects to the romanticism of the 19th century. Maybe Linda could say more about this. And also Christian or altruistic aspects. And Ayn Rand was certainly not religious or Christian or altruist, if you know her philosophy. So she wanted a pro this worldly secular sort of art, and she so that's why she attached the realistic part to the name romantic realism, not just romanticism. But she wanted to emphasize that her art was this worldly. Free will was actually another important aspect of her art, as opposed to the naturalist school of arts where you just record things as they are, as they happen to be, but not as they could be or should be or ought to be. But to have an idea that things could be or ought to be a certain way, that implies you have a choice in the matter, right? If you don't have any choice, no free will, then things can only be as they are. They can't be any different. It makes no sense to say you should do something differently if you can't, if you have no choice in the matter, if they have to be a certain way. And so the idea of free will, I think, was fundamental to Rand's view of art. All right, I see Holden has called in, and let me just take a quick look at these other chats. Godspeed is here. Hello. Um, okay, maybe I'll engage more with these comments after my call with Holden. But yeah, let me get to Holden's call now. Just going to make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. And I think this time I should let him turn his camera on from the outset. I'm just trying to think if I should take a short break here before I take his call. Um, yeah, I think I do want to take like maybe 5 minutes. I will admit Holden here. Before I take a short break, though. And actually, I guess he's going to be muted and no video to start. I'll let him turn on his video and his audio after the break. But I just admitted. Okay. So I'm going to take like a 5 minute. I hope Holden can stay on. I assume most of his calls are much longer than 5 minutes. So I'm assuming he can still be here. But I just want to take about a 5 minute break and then I'll come back and take Holden's call. He says all good in the Zoom chat. Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'm just going to turn off my camera and I will put a note in the, I'll change my name that says back in a few minutes. So maybe that'll show up on screen if anyone new comes by. And let me also put that in the chat. Okay, hope to see you soon. All right, I am back. Let me change my name in Zoom back to Dan Norton. All right. And I need to change my AirPod. My AirPod died, and I cannot hear Holden unless I switch AirPods. So I usually just wear one at a time so that one can always be charging, and I always am able to hear. Okay, and maybe let me test one thing to make sure my sound is working. Okay, yes, it is. Good. Thanks for the likes on the stream. All right, let me now bring Holden in. All right, he can now start his audio and video. There he is. Hello. Oh, you're muted. There
How
we
are
go.
you, Dan?
Hey, doing well. How about you?
I would say the same. Just
Good.
the semester starts in on September 7th, or not September, January 7th. So right now I have
Yeah.
a break, so a lot of writing and reading time.
Okay. So you're a economics major. For anyone who doesn't know, Holden is a economics major and has called my stream several times. He's reading Ayn Rand recently. He's read all four of her novels, and we've talked about that on previous streams. And you recently started reading her nonfiction, right?
Yes.
Is that what you wanted to talk about today, or was it
Yeah, that
anything
was
else?
one of the things I had in mind, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So, take it away. We can start with whatever you like.
Sure, yeah. So I guess like it was she I guess one of the big things that stood out to me about For the New Intellectual, which was what I read, I guess, was the I guess for Rand, like ideally the intellectual is someone where the businessman, I think she described him as twins, the businessman, the intellectual, supposed to be twins, but like really since like the Industrial Revolution and we create all this wealth and businessmen have been doing all these amazing things, the intellectual has betrayed the businessman. And and so we've had all these amazing businessmen, but our intellectuals have been terrible, basically. And and that's yeah, and I mean I completely agree with that. And yeah, our intellectuals like are they have like for the ones that supposedly defend capitalism, they give this milk toast defense generally, and then there's plenty that don't. Like one of the things I was reading about in back a little like maybe a month ago, so reading like the desocialization plans for like Soviet Russia, and it was funny because like they were all like intellectuals were all recommending these like statist uh ways of desocializing, like yeah, instead of just going like full out making the government like, still have all these different controls on the economy, yeah, like straight like for example like uh, I guess like getting restricting black markets even more, and like high tax rates and so on. So I guess like um but yeah, I guess a huge government spending and whatnot. So anyway, I guess that was one of the one of the things where, she's like, well, the new intellectuals are the ones that have to unite with the businessmen, I guess. And um and yeah, so I guess that's the first thing. And then another thing is with Kant, I guess she attacked Kant for his belief. So now I know what you mean by the phenomenal and noumenal. So
Mm.
I guess now I know not that you may have learned that somewhere else, but I know what you're talking about now when you say that, and maybe it comes from there. But but basically, like Kant had this idea that the phenomenal world was he basically thought it was like where you use the senses. Uh, he basically thought it was a distortion, what people perceived from the what do you call it? The phenomenal world was actually a distortion, right? Um, so it was a distortion of reality. They can't and as a result, like science and I think science and technology, she may have said, were limited because of that. So Kant had this idea that that the knowledge that we get from the noumenal world is a distortion, and we could really, I think she said that we can only really get knowledge from the phenomenal world, or not she, not Ayn Rand. I'm sorry, Kant. I meant Kant is not a she, I guess.
Yeah.
So so
Right.
yeah, so Kant believed that, and I don't want to. I know I don't want to mix those two together. So, yeah, Kant was like this guy who's much bigger on the noumenal world as a way of getting knowledge, and apparently the intellectuals today have rejected Kant's noumenal view of the noumenal world, but they've embraced his view of the phenomenal world. Um, and
That's all we have access to. We
uh,
can't access true reality, which is the noumenal world. We can only access this distorted world of appearances. That's the phenomenal world.
mhm. Yeah, it's like
And but th this, I remember we talked about this some in one of your previous calls, as well as Hume. So Hume had
mhm,
he had attacked causality and induction, as well as entities. I think I forgot to mention that in our last call. The idea of like a world of stable entities, um, like this phone here. It has a certain color and a certain shape, a certain size, a certain texture to it. But all those
mhm,
qualities are just contingently held together. They're not necessarily held together, and they could fly apart at any moment. So just the entities that make up our world are contingent agglomerations of attributes. They're not stable existing entities. And uh, Kant tried to address these various human problems by saying, well, we just have these categories which are built into the mind and they impose a certain structure on experience. So we don't have to worry about this phone's attributes flying apart and disintegrating because our mind necessarily combines our sense data from the world in a certain way so that they have to be stuck together. Something like that. I don't know that I can do justice to Kant's metaphysics and epistemology right now, but something vaguely along those lines. But this world of stable, enduring entities is merely a world of appearances. It's not the way the world truly is in itself, apart from how it has been distorted by our minds. That's Kant's view. So I think many subsequent philosophers just gave up on the notion of a noumenal world altogether. I think Hegel might have done that and said, well, if we have no contact with the numeral world, why even suppose it exists? Let's just get rid of it. All there is a world of appearances. So I don't know if philosophers today still hold this sort of view. Maybe they do in essence, if not in all its particulars. But yeah, I think they probably do. I think like our senses are agents of distortion, um, and we just have access to the world as it appears to us, as it seems to us, not as it really is in itself. So yeah, Ayn Rand is very opposed to that, but that's just to flesh out, elaborate some on what you were saying. But if you want to add to that or continue, go ahead. Oh, are you
Yeah, I
muted?
guess. Yeah,
Oh no, I hear you now. Go ahead.
no, yeah, I can unmute now, or I'm all good. Um, I guess like, oh yeah, I was gonna ask you, but you basically were going on it. So good thing I didn't interrupt you about it. It was about it was about like I was gonna ask like your philosophy professors, like maybe you knew like if what they thought about the phenomenal world, could we if it was really a distortion or and to be honest, I wish she kind of went in. She was talking very broadly, right? Most of, I mean, she definitely talked about specifics about like this philosopher thought this, right, and all that. But I can definitely think of times where reality or like what you see with your senses is an illusion. I can think of times like that, but that doesn't mean that induction is like a non um is like useless as a way of acquiring knowledge. Like you could see the color of your phone if you're not colorblind. You could observe through the sense of sight. You could see like what the color is and observe that empirically. Um, but also like maybe you're colorblind and it gives off a different color than it really is. And that would be like that would give you a false belief of what the color of your phone is had you not known that you were colorblind or whatever. I guess like um, that's something that just came to my mind, I guess, but or an
Mhm.
example that came to my mind, but something I was thinking when I was reading that. Also, yeah, so I was basically like it seems she depicts these she basically says that like these philosophers have basically what I'm getting is whenever I read it, she's like these philosophers have this like I don't know if you would call it like this nihilistic view of knowledge like have you can't really have knowledge in this world or something like that or something like you can't know things for sure maybe is that what she's thinking like
yeah, I
or
think that's
not
part of
she
its
is thinking.
skepticism,
Right. Not what she was thinking, but like what she was talking about other. I keep saying that. Sorry, I just want to make sure I don't.
right? Yeah, I think she thought skepticism was a prominent view in philosophy, subjectivism also, as opposed to objectivism. That's as she called her philosophy. We can only have subjective opinions. We can't have objective knowledge of reality.
Hmm.
Um, but let me just back up a bit before we go on, just to kind of set the stage a little more for the audience. So after Holden, he read Ayn Rand's fiction over the last few months, and then he turned to reading her nonfiction. And he started with For the New Intellectual. That's why we're talking about that one now. That's the one he most recently read. And what is For the New Intellectual? What's it's her first piece of nonfiction writing after Atlas Shrugged. So Atlas Shrugged was published in 1957, and after that, she exclusively wrote nonfiction, to my knowledge, and at least as far as her published works go. I don't know if she privately worked on any more fiction, but as far as her published writings go, throughout the 60s and 70s, through the rest of her life, she died in 82. She worked on nonfiction, and this was her first foray into the nonfiction realm. Well, I guess she did write some nonfiction before that, much earlier. Like she wrote an article or I don't know if it was maybe a monograph would be a term for it, called "The Moral Basis of Individualism." But I don't remember if that was maybe that was just privately circulated. I don't know if it was published, but she certainly wasn't as well known at that time in the 30s or 40s, whenever that was written, as she was when For the New Intellectual came out, which I should add here. I think that was 1961. Oh, that's something else I was showing before. Um, 1961. So I think she had a desire to engage in intellectual activism and bring the philosophy of her novels into reality. So it wasn't
Hmm.
enough just to write her novels and think that that's going to change the world. I mean, first of all, I think the reason for writing the novels was, I don't think primarily to change the world. It was an artistic purpose. It was the novels are written as an end in themselves. It's just for the artistic experience. They're not primarily didactic, like they're meant, meaning they're not primarily meant to teach. It's art, and this is part of her view of art, is that it's to concretize one's metaphysics and, or maybe I should put it as concretize one's abstractions or one's philosophy. You can read a nonfiction treatise about a philosophy, but to see what it actually looks like in practice, I think that's what a fiction work does. It
Hmm.
embodies certain abstractions, and it can just be pleasurable to experience that art itself for its own sake. It might also motivate you to do certain things. Like many people in Silicon Valley, I think, have been inspired by Ayn Rand's fiction, and I think that's great. But the further things you might go on to do as a result of having read someone's fiction aren't the reason Ayn Rand wrote it. She wanted to present the ideal man and have a certain a certain aesthetic experience. And that's primarily what her purpose was in writing the novels, not to bring out cultural change, but just to have this great experience in the moment, savoring the art. But later, I think she was interested in writing works that did help bring about cultural change. And I think you could say maybe a secondary purpose of her fiction, but I think it became more of a primary purpose when she started writing her nonfiction. And I think, For the New Intellectual is part of that effort to make the world a better place. And it presents a certain view of history, a philosophical view of history. There are different views on what shapes history. Like Marxists have their ideas that history is fundamentally shaped by material factors, like the factors of production in machines in factories, and the fundamental way Marxists look at the world is through a class lens. Like, are you part of the bourgeoisie class or the proletariat or the capitalist class? And that's fundamentally how they see the world. Whereas Ayn Rand's, well, I'm interested to hear what you think about that. Like, um, did you get a a take or a sense from her work For the New Intellectual on what she sees as the fundamental driver or the fundamental causal factor of the shape of history? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it actually sounds a lot like Mises, which is like the role of ideas.
Hmm.
Um, in his because like Mises would say the same thing. It's like he would always, he would say in socialism, his book Socialism, he would say men are shaped by ideas, and Ayn Rand is very similar. Like I don't know if it's a part of free will, but basically but it's basically like people are shaped fundamentally by the philosophy that they hold. That's Ayn Rand's, I guess what her words would more be like, the philosophy they hold. Like she says something to the effect of like every man lives by some philosophy, whether they know it or not. They hold some, even if it's like subconscious, like convictions. This isn't word for word, obviously. It's just she says something to
Hmm.
this effect that everybody has in the article in the New Intellectual. Everybody holds like some ideas or some philosophy, and that allows them to have like some justification for their actions or some, or basically like their beliefs, I guess, are are a function of their philosophy.
Yeah, right. The world is shaped fundamentally by philosophical ideas. Um, and I guess a more, I didn't know that it was similar to what Mises said. I haven't read Mises, so that's interesting to hear. Um, but we are guided by our ideas. And what would be an example of that? Well, like if you are a religious person, you might hold the idea that it's good to be altruistic and sacrifice yourself, like Jesus on the cross. And you might hold that as a moral ideal, and that is going to influence your actions. So maybe if you're a businessman pursuing profit, maybe that'll make you feel guilty. If you accept the idea, this philosophical idea that it's good to sacrifice yourself, then you might feel guilty that you're not doing that when you're pursuing profit and becoming a millionaire or a billionaire. Um, so maybe that will lead you to feel guilty and perhaps give away your wealth, your earnings to charity, um, to the poor. Um, Whereas if you hold a different ethics, if you hold the good is to pursue your happiness, your well-being, and then you're a businessman on that basis, then you'll less likely feel guilty of having lots of wealth for yourself. You'll feel proud of it. This is something good that you've earned, and you won't feel like you need to give it away in order to do what's right. So the philosophical, that's just one example of how the philosophical ideas you hold, in this case, your moral ideas, affects the shape that your life takes. And this not only philosophical ideas not only shape the life of individuals, but entire cultures. And Ayn Rand discusses that in this essay for the New Intellectual, and she goes through the vast sweep of Western history and shows how this view of history applies to the various eras, um, going back to ancient Greece and the Middle Ages and the modern era. So that's just a little thumbnail sketch about the essay if you haven't read it yet. All right,
Yeah,
so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah, that all that is important what you said, and I guess like, I was gonna say the also one thing about the essay is, I guess that we were talking about is if intellectual or if ideas are important and philosophy is important, like with the philosophy that people hold, then it would follow that the intellectuals are really important because who are, the people that are making the ideas. And in the essay, um, she puts a very strong emphasis on the intellectuals. She said something to the effect of like a country without intellectuals is like a body without a head or something like that, right? It's just like the intellectuals are so important, and it reminded me of Rothbard actually. Rothbard in he wrote this article. I think it was called like the Parasite of the State or the Anatomy of the State, and in there, he talks about like how important the intellectuals are to like shaping the acceptance of of like of what the state does and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's she obviously Rothbard is different than Ayn Rand and his ideas and all that stuff, but basically like where where you can see they overlap is they fundamentally see the importance of intellectuals in shaping ideas for that people hold, so that the system or basically the system of beliefs that people hold is what the intellectuals want them to be, or the ideas that intellectuals put into the culture.
Yeah, the intellectuals. She characterizes them in one passage as a conveyor belt, I think, from the philosopher to the culture at large. And
Hmm.
maybe I should actually pull up this. There's a passage which I think nicely captures. the relation of the intellectuals to the philosophers. Let me see if I can find that in my Kindle edition here and then share it on the screen.
Hmm.
I just got this um, yesterday on Amazon, knowing that I might have occasion to um, pull it up today. So, what's a keyword I could search for? How about commander? Because I
Conveyor
think she
belt.
used. Oh yeah,
I,
conveyor
I'm
belt.
I,
That's
I think I remember
okay.
that one.
Here's commander in chief. That was the phrase I remembered. So I just found that.
Nice.
Okay. Oh, that's for the businessman. Yeah, there's a parallel passage for the businessman. Maybe I'll get to that too.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to read this paragraph. Okay, let me share this here. Okay, so she writes, the professional intellectual is the field agent of the army whose commander in chief is the philosopher. The intellectual carries the application of philosophical principles to every field of human endeavor. He sets a society's course by transmitting ideas from the ivory tower of the philosopher to the university professor, to the writer, to the artist, to the newspaper man, to the politician, to the movie maker, to the nightclub singer, to the man in the street. The intellectual's specific professions are in the field of the sciences that study man, the so-called humanities. But for that very reason, his influence extends to all other professions. Those who deal with the sciences, studying nature, have to rely on the intellectual for philosophical guidance and information, for moral values, for social theories, for political premises, for psychological tenets, and above all, for the principles of epistemology, that crucial branch of philosophy which studies man's means of knowledge and makes all other sciences possible. The intellectual is the eyes, ears, and voice of a free society. It is his job to observe the events of the world, to evaluate their meaning, and to inform the men in all the other fields. A free society has to be an informed society, and the stagnation and feudalism, with castes and guilds of serfs repeating the same motion generation after generation, the services of traveling minstrels chanting the same old legends were sufficient. But in the racing torrent of progress, which is capitalism, where the free choices of individual men determine their own lives and the course of the entire economy, where opportunities are unlimited, where discoveries are constant, where the achievements of every profession affect all the others, men need a knowledge wider than their particular specialties. They need those who can point the way to the better mousetrap, or the better cyclotron, or the better symphony, or the better view of existence. The more specialized and diversified a society, the greater its need for the integrating power of knowledge. But the acquisition of knowledge on so wide a scale is a full-time profession. A free society has to count on the honor of its intellectuals. It has to expect them to be as efficient, reliable, precise, and objective as the printing presses and the television sets that carry their voices. Okay, that was a long paragraph. I think I'll pause there. She makes a similar point about businessmen. Maybe I'll just read the first sentence of this. The professional businessman is the field agent of the army whose lieutenant commander in chief is the scientist. So just like the intellectuals has a commander in chief who is the philosopher, the businessman has a commander in chief who is the scientist. He deals with the abstract knowledge, the scientists like Isaac Newton or Einstein, and then the businessman puts that knowledge into practice to create products like the television sets and the printing presses. And then there's a parallel to the intellectual and the philosopher. The philosopher in his ivory tower comes up with his theories, like Kant's theory of the noumenal world and the phenomenal world. And then via professors in universities and writers and other intellectuals, these ideas are conveyed to the rest of the culture, the man in the street. And then you have movies like The Matrix coming out that uh, give voice to this idea. We're not in contact with true reality. We're just caught in the Matrix, that sort of thing. So there's a parallel kind of hierarchy for the intellectuals and then for the businessmen. Okay, so that just fleshes out her view and gives you a flavor of the structure of it. Um, any thoughts on that or anything else you wanted to mention?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that validates what we said. I guess she is clearly talking about how important it is for society at large or I guess like the importance of the intellectual and shaping the ideas of all these people, like she mentions, just like basically the example she's just saying like this is how ideas are transmitted through society and I guess like to add on to what we were saying, the more specialized and the more technical progress and knowledge we accumulate over time, the more uh important the even more important role the intellectual plays in society. So I guess like it's even more important today than it was 50 years ago to have good intellectuals. Um, and also, I guess like the importance of epistemology, I guess like would follow in her view that if we're going to continue to try and know more about the world, then it's probably a good idea to have a coherent theory of knowledge on the way of doing so.
Yeah. I was thinking of some of the earlier discussion in the chat, like about mathematics and physics, whether you can take a photograph of the past or whether you can sum all the positive integers and end up with the answer of -1/12. That might be a case where the principles of epistemology have been corrupted, and then this corruption is filtering into other areas of knowledge like mathematics and physics and causing people to reach incorrect conclusions. Was that other example that Matthew in the chat mentioned about adding one and -1 and one and -1, etc., and ending up with the answer 1/2. So, yeah, so maybe we've seen in the chat some examples of um, this influence that epistemology has on other fields. I think epistemology has not been in a healthy way for a long time, hundreds of years, going back to Kant at least. And I think the result of that is some dubious conclusions in math and physics today.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't know a lot about like math and physics and the corruption there, but I know definitely like or like or I don't know if corruption is the right word because that implies like there's like some conspiracy, and I don't really think it's that. I just think that people have good intentions about like trying to f find out what's true, but they just are misled because their theory of knowledge is bad. And then like dubious conclusions are come to quite often, to use your language, because of that. Even in economics, I think that's true a lot. People think they are demonstrating that something is true when they're really not, um, because they're what they've shown is not sufficient to bring them to their conclusion, perhaps in some circumstances. I'm talking in very broad terms, obviously. Um, even though, and probably every economist is who's written a lot is guilty of, or almost every of them, virtually so, are guilty of something like this. But it's definitely to a much larger extent than um, I think most people, even economists, would realize.
I think it might be a mixture of innocent error and you use the term conspiracy. I don't know if I put it that way, but maybe in some cases, I think maybe some people it's not just innocent error. Actually, I heard some of the physicists in the that are associated with what's called the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. Niels Bohr, I think, might have been one such physicist. They had already been persuaded of certain philosophic conclusions, I think maybe Kantian conclusions, or
Mm,
German irrationalist conclusions. There's a whole school of German irrationalism in philosophy in the 19th century. And I think some of the physicists were persuaded by that German philosophy, and that colored their conclusions about physics. So it wasn't that they
mm,
were just arriving at bizarre conclusions independent of some philosophical framework and just being confused about some how to interpret some data, but they had a sort of conclusion in mind in advance, and then from their philosophy, their Kantian inspired philosophy, and then they let that influence their physics, which you might think is a kind of corruption.
mm.
Now, I can't speak much on that firsthand, but this is what I've heard some objectivists argue who know much more about the field of physics and its history than I do. So I think it might be a mixture of um, um, kind of devious motivations or corrupt motivations, but also maybe are some innocent errors that lead people to reach some of these strange conclusions in math or
Mm.
physics.
Yeah, I mean, that it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Could be.
Okay, so let me take a look at the chat, see what's going on there.
Hmm.
Simon is here. Hello, Simon Grassi. He says Robert Knapp has a good book on the philosophy of mathematics. I mentioned his book. I put it earlier in the chat. I didn't. I don't think I put a link to it, but I put the title. Mathematics is about the world. He says I've spoken to some math PhDs about how they think the number 20 is just floating as some physical thing in the universe. 60 to 70% of mathematicians are Platonists and nominalists. Yeah, I've heard that a large proportion of mathematicians are Platonists. Um, I haven't heard the point about nominalism, though. Let's see what else is in here.
Rand wasn't a big fan of Plato, I guess. To interrupt.
That's correct. Yeah, Rand was Aristotelian and this worldly, not otherworldly like Plato. Actually, there's a epilogue to Leonard Peikoff's book, the objectivism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand, which deals with Rand's philosophy of history, and
Mm,
he so a lot of the same issues that are dealt with in For the New Intellectual come up in that epilogue, and he titles it "A Duel Between Plato and Aristotle."
mm,
That's a way to think of that's a lens through which you could see how history has progressed, where the ancient Greek world was a more Aristotelian world than either what preceded or what followed it. That was when there was an explosion of knowledge for the first time. Western civilization was born. That's when reason started to be um, understood and used systematically to discover knowledge. And so you just had an explosion of learning in that field, whereas there had been millennia of stagnation before that. There was some knowledge discovered in astronomy and mathematics prior to the ancient Greeks, but not nearly as much as was discovered in the ancient Greek civilization. So you could see that as an Aristotelian period. It was successful dealing with this world, and then it was followed by the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages, which you could see as a Platonic period, a turning away from this world and more concerned with getting to the afterlife, the other world, to commune with God. Just as Plato thought the ideal state was to get away from this dirty world of the body and commune with the forms in the world of the forms. And so there was a millennia of dark ages and stagnation where not much new knowledge was discovered, not very little progress. And then you had the reintroduction of Aristotle into Western culture via, do you remember who it was in the from the essay? She mentions a certain philosopher.
Um, Hegel. What were you talking? What, can you say the last couple sentences?
The philosopher at the end of the Middle Ages who helped bring Aristotle's ideas back.
Oh, was it Aquinas?
Yes, Thomas
Yeah.
Aquinas. Yeah, he tried to bring Aristotle's ideas back into consideration, and he tried to reconcile Christianity with Aristotle's ideas, which can't be done,
Hmm.
but he tried to do it. And but the modern world ended up rejecting the at least part of the Christian aspect, um, and embracing more of the Aristotelian, this worldly aspect of Aquinas. And then you had a more secular sort of modern world. Then the world became more secular in the modern period. I mean, that's what defines the difference between the modern and the medieval era. In part, is its secular worldview. Um, so this is a very broad, sweeping overview of history, which you could think of as kind of an oscillation between the influence of Aristotle's this worldly ideas and Plato's otherworldly ideas.
Hmm. And obviously, uh, Ayn Rand is like in her fiction and it's consistent that the for new the for new, the new intellectual she's she is most concerned. I mean, obviously she's an atheist and she doesn't think there's some afterlife and whatever, but she is very, I mean, she's very concerned with what's here. And then also like you mentioned, like Plato had this like dirty view of like the world that we live in, but she views it as this like thing that could be that is potentially amazing, and human life is amazing. And she views like Jean Galt loves human existence, obviously. Like Dagny loves what she does. She loves human existence, and she has this very positive view of like man. And that's obviously like she tries to contrast that with other philosophers that have this like very gloomy view of humankind. And I guess like that's one of the things that stood out to me about what's his name, Alex Epstein. Like he like the way that he approached the environmental debate was he put human life as the center of value. Human life is what's most important in this world. And or basically like, he starts off his book with like these premises about like, well, we should be concerned about what's good for humans. Humans themselves are what matter. Human productivity, like all these and technical progress and so on and economic growth, they're all great things. We love these things. So like ever since I discovered Rand and Epstein and so on, I just I've had a deeper appreciation for like human progress and so on.
Hmm. Yeah, he definitely has that pro-human view as opposed to treating the earth as an intrinsic value. That was the term that came up earlier in the stream, intrinsicism. It's not it's not a value in itself apart from any organism that might value it. So it doesn't do human beings any good to have some, pristine planet that's at a certain temperature or with which has uh, clean air and clean water. I mean, you can want clean air and clean water, but the reason is because they're good for human beings, right? They're not an end in
Right.
themselves. They're not intrinsic values. It's not that they're good things to have just for their own sake. Although I think some people hold that view, and I think it is a kind of religious view. And I think you could plausibly see environmentalism, at least the way some people hold it, as a kind of religion, maybe a secular sort of religion, and we have to sacrifice to Mother Nature or Gaia um, by
Yes.
recycling or doing whatever.
Yes, and that's what it sounded like. She described the witch doctor, I think. Like she had the Attila and the witch doctor or whatever. And the witch doctor was like this, yeah, kind of has this view. I think she was describing it as is like the Mother Earth is this value that's should be prioritized above humans and all that. And but it's clear where Alex Epstein got these, or obviously built off of, but or like applied it to a different situation, but got these fundamental ideas from. So anyway, yeah. So I've yeah. Either way, I think it's like a conservative philosophy. I guess like you want to conserve the world as it is, and you don't want it to change. And
Environmentalism, you mean?
yeah, it's like fundamentally conservative in my view because they don't want to change the world. They don't want us to change it to make it better for us. They want it to be the same as it was. That like environmental damage and like you said, like intrinsicism, it's not a bad thing per se for me. I'm like, all right, does this environmental damage human life or not? So anyway.
Yeah, it's an anti-impact philosophy. I think that's how Alex sometimes describes
Yeah,
it.
that's definitely how he does.
Yeah, it's it's not pro-human, it's just anti-impact
Right.
um, for its own sake, I guess, not for the sake of humans. And I think this ties into the issue of egoism. So if you are an egoist, as Ayn Rand is, then your your approach to energy issues or environmental issues will be, well, what makes the world best for me? And
Hmm.
it's good for me to have clean air, clean water. So it's egoistic to um, not pollute if I can, but I have to consider all the other values that might be associated with pollution. Like if having some amount of pollution is necessary to have an industrial society, which I think it is, at least when you're starting out, like if you're Great
Absolutely.
Britain in the 18th century or the 19th century, and they haven't discovered nuclear fission or fusion yet, and they haven't harnessed that power, then if your best power source is fossil fuels and that creates some dirty air, well, maybe it's worth it. Maybe
Right.
those benefits of industrial civilization outweigh the costs of having to deal with some pollution, and such that doing what's best for yourself, if you're an egoist, would mean embracing some pollution or tolerating some pollution. But if you're anti-egoist, if you think, as many religions would say, that it's good to sacrifice yourself, then you're not going to do what's best for yourself. And maybe we should, value the spotted owl and the snail darter and the rivers higher than our own lives as human beings. And rather than industrializing to make our own lives better, we should subordinate our own interests to those of other species and wildlife, inanimate nature.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the philosophy of environmentalism, I think, is it's it goes hand in hand with the philosophy of religion, the anti-self sort of view that's been around for millennia. Um, so it cashes in on that sort of morality, I think, and it makes it easier for those uh, the anti-impact sort of view to take hold because people already have absorbed some amount of this philosophy of self-sacrifice. So, and then environmentalism just puts that into practice,
Yeah,
restraining productivity. Um, let's achieve net zero or whatever their latest thing is. Um,
right. Whose rational self-interest is it to live in abject poverty and and where everybody's farmers. That's what it means to not have fossil fuels. Like, so if like in modern day life, basically, so or virtually the case. So like child mortality, like nobody wants that world. Or basically, like, if they're egoists, then like
Yeah.
whose rational self interest is it to live in a world where people live on $2 a day? Like it's not fun like at all. Like this conversation we're having is not possible. Like, so many things are not possible in a world. So um I mean, anyway, yeah. If it's funny, the people advocating for this in first world countries, if they actually lived in a world where they had their way, then I think they might reconsider. Um,
Greta Thunberg. Yeah.
yeah, and also like one of the like an anathema for the economist is not considering the benefits and only considering the costs of something. If you only consider the the cost of something, then virtually nothing is worth doing. There's no benefit and there's a cost. Why would I do this? Um, but yeah, every action, in every action there's like an opportunity cost, but you do it because you think that there's something better that you could gain from it. If you don't consider what gain you get from something, then then yeah, it's just it's such a myopic view of viewing the world.
Yeah. And I think Alex does a really good job on stressing that we need the need to consider benefits and not just side effects of using fossil fuels. And also, I think he's an example of the intellectual. So we were talking. I showed that passage earlier from for the new intellectual. He's taking Ayn Rand's ideas. We could call her the philosopher in the ivory tower, although she
Mm.
wasn't really in an ivory tower. I mean, she was trying to get her ideas out there into the worlds, and not just be a detached thinker. That was anathema to her sort of approach. She called her philosophy informally a philosophy for living on Earth.
Uh-huh.
I think actually, and for the new intellectual, I think that's where she first uses that phrase. Let me see if I can find that. I think it might be in the preface. Let's see. Here we go. Uh, okay, and it's also, I think, where she first introduces the term objectivism. She says, for reasons which are made clear in the following pages, the name I have chosen for my philosophy is objectivism. That's from her preface of 1960. You see it there now. But I thought she might have also said
Uh-huh.
in somewhere in this preface that this phrase, a philosophy for living on Earth. Let me just do a search on Earth, see if anything. Okay, maybe that's somewhere else. Anyways, I guess it's not too important to find the exact source.
Sure.
But I was saying that I think Alex is an example of the intellectual who takes the ideas of the philosopher and then transmits them to the culture at large. Like he writes books, he's got a Substack, and he's taking this egoistic framework that Ayn Rand has developed and then applying them to um, issues of energy, the environment, and so forth, these hot topics in the culture to help change the direction um, of the culture. So
Yes,
he's an example of
absolutely.
this essay of the
100%.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to
And
do that as well, right? I learned a lot from Ayn Rand, and here I am on this show trying to get her ideas further reach and introduce people like Holden to Rand's ideas. So I'm practicing this sort of conveyor belt that Ayn Rand was describing in that passage.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I'm glad Yaron Brook and Alex Epstein, I guess, were some of the. I really I think yeah, Alex Epstein. He was one. It was him and Yaron Brook. I first were the two first objectivist intellectuals, I guess, and then I came to you. Um, but yeah, but it's because of them. Like I would have never. I mean, I probably would have heard about Ayn Rand somewhere down the line, just because or like I probably would have somewhere down the line I would have found out about her stuff. But ultimately, it's because of you guys. And I was like, yeah, I was like, wow, this was like really cool. I thought Alex Epstein's book was really cool too. Because I've never this is another thing I never seen an approach to the environmental issue, even for people who defend like this is like the people who um the thing is like for the environmental debate, it's like some side are saying, oh well, this is well they say like the climate isn't changing, or just they just say something like that, or just like basically their idea is like, oh well, this isn't this don't worry about this or whatever, like this whatever. But Alex Epstein actually gives a fundamental reason for to oppose this stuff. Like it would be one thing if a politician got up there and said, "Oh, well, I'm against this," for Alex Epstein's reasons, or and that would be like so much more compelling to me if they like sat for 30 minutes. I'd be like, oh okay, well let me check out what this guy's book was, or what this guy had to say. But like the culture, it's like a culture war issue, or there's no like fundamental philosophy like backing up what a lot of people are saying. So like that's what that it makes it like so much more attractive to, at least for someone like me, like wow, like there's actually some basis, like maybe I could find a flaw. Let's see what's going on here. Maybe, but it sounds really compelling, so let me check it out. Um, but yeah, I guess like that's just going on about how the intellectuals are so important. It's for me at least, to shape my thinking.
And he's actually influenced many politicians. He's uh, closely working, I think, with some people in the Trump administration. I think he has like the Secretary of Energy and one or two other people in Trump's cabinet. I think he's been in communication with, and I think he's done a lot of consulting with either Congress people or congressional staffers. So he's had a very large impact. And I think even some of the language, the very language he uses, I recognize. Like, I think either Ron DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy during the primaries last year, they were saying some things about climate. Oh yeah, like I remember Vivek. He cited this statistic about how over the last century, climate-related deaths have decreased by 98% or something. And I
Yeah,
had
that's
heard
exactly
this
right.
like straight out of Alex Epstein. Like
Oh
I've heard
yeah,
Alex say that so many times. So I'm
yeah,
guessing that Vivek maybe he was one of Alex's clients, or maybe some of his staffers had consulted with Alex and then transmitted that to Alex. But there's definitely been a large influence of Alex on current energy policy.
yeah, and that's amazing. And I honestly didn't even know that like he was influencing politics. I didn't think politicians would care. I'm
Well,
kind
I think
of
his he has this website energytalkingpoints.com, and I think
uh-huh.
that he's found a way to package his ideas in a way that's very appealing to people who are trying to put together a platform on energy issues. He might have other tools as well besides that website, but I think that was one of the resources he put together, which enabled him to increase his reach a lot with people in governments.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I definitely recommend checking out his work if you're listening here and you're not familiar with Alex. Yeah, definitely take a look at energytalkingpoints.com or read his book. He's written The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, which was a New York Times bestseller. And then he followed that up with Fossil Future. Is that the one that you read?
Yeah, I read Fossil Future.
Okay. I
Yeah.
haven't read that one. I have it, but I haven't gotten to it yet. I've heard many of his talks and interviews and the ideas of it. I'm sure come
Mhm.
out in those interviews, but one day maybe I'll have time to read the book itself.
Yeah, it was a fun one. Um, yeah, it changed it changed my. I mean, I was already like I wasn't pro environmentalist, but I was already I was like already, I wasn't pro environmentalist. I was already um like against the environmentalist, but like that gave me just like such a much better defense of like my of of yeah what I thought, and it also like made me learn about so many other things.
Hmm.
So yeah, and then his Substack is nice. I read some of his articles. He deals more with day-to-day stuff, so which is good because he's making change in policy, which is like crazy. I mean, far from anything, far from anything I'm doing, at least. So like hope ultimately we hope this changes the way people think, and there and subsequent as a result people policy would change, and the way people thought of it would change. But whatever, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah, I think he had an impact on the big beautiful bill, so called. I think he gave a lot of input to Congress people who were crafting that bill. Um, but
Hmm.
I actually had a so you mentioned you were already opposed to environmentalism, and then I guess it became stronger in some way when you encountered Alex's
Without a
ideas.
doubt.
For me, it was a somewhat different timeline because I actually maybe you could call me an environmentalist in high school. I actually I stopped driving my car because I was concerned about the pollution it created, and
Really?
I started riding my bike to school
Wow.
during my last year in high school. There was a video shown in my physics class. I guess we were doing a unit on energy, and I don't know if it said this explicitly or if it was just a subtext of the video, but I got the vibe from it that the world's energy resources are running out and we've got to do something about it. So I thought, hey, well, what can I do? I don't want the world to collapse
Yeah.
or so maybe one thing I can do, I can stop polluting, and I can ride my bike to school. So I actually did that like sometime during my senior year. I stopped driving my car to school and I started riding my bike. And then it was the summer after I graduated high school that I first read Ayn Rand, and I encountered her work called The Anti-Industrial Revolution. That's the subtitle. The full title was The New Left, colon, The Anti-Industrial
Uh,
Revolution. And that's the work that she wrote that most directly deals with these environmental issues. And this was all pre-Alex Epstein.
uh-huh.
So this was like
All
19
right.
no,
Alex Epstein
not
is
the
young.
90s. I guess this would have been around 1998 when I read this.
Okay.
So I didn't know Alex Epstein at that time. He wasn't at the Ayn Rand Institute yet. I think I might have
He's
met
young,
him.
right? He's like
Uh,
he's like 30 something, right?
no, he's 40 something because 1980, 40. He's a year younger than I am. He's 45 now.
Okay, got you.
So, and I met him I think in 2000 at a conference. That's when I first met him. So I had already been reading Ayn Rand for 3 years, and but I guess in my first year after reading Rand, I came across her work, um, The New Left's The Anti-Industrial Revolution. I don't know if it was that work in particular or just her work in general. I had read all her nonfiction, like Capitalism and the Unknown Ideal, and I learned about the whole ecology movement. That's what it was called back in her days. And instead of calling it environmentalism, it was called deep ecology or something like this. But
Hmm.
it was the same kind of anti-human, anti-industrial viewpoint, and that taught me, oh, maybe there's something else going on here. Maybe there's some like deeper, more nefarious agenda, which is shaped by
Hmm.
this morality of self-sacrifice. And that's really what's driving the environmental movement. And that it's just kind of a bait and switch that they use. Or some of the leaders, they say, oh, don't you want to have clean air and clean water?
Hmm.
Yeah, sure. But then that's kind of they appeal to people using these reasonable things that a rational egoist should want, but then they kind of convert that into more serious things like we should do all this recycling and cut back on fossil fuels and so forth. Maybe ride our bikes to work or school instead of driving cars. So once I learned about the philosophy behind environmentalism, then that radically changed how I see the environmentalist movement. And so I started driving my car again.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a funny story. But I'm glad that I'm glad that you stopped. But yeah, that's that's amazing. You stopped riding your car. I think I would be too lazy to do that, even if I thought there's
I
something.
mean, I guess it's one thing that um, it maybe to pat myself on the back a bit for that. At least it shows I
Oh,
take
sure,
ideas
sure.
seriously.
Uh-huh.
Like I thought, well, why not do something, right? If
Sure.
um, So I guess it's and maybe there are many people like this, and they are, but they might just be deluded, as I think I was, or maybe that's too strong a word, but at least tricked. I mean, I think there's a lot of propaganda out there, and kids get it from a very
Yeah.
young age. I mean, and you end up with people like Greta Thunberg, I guess, who thinks, the world is going to end, but um, maybe beyond a certain point, it becomes dishonest. I think the there's a distinction between like the leaders of the environmentalist movements and then the followers. And I think I guess I'm less sympathetic. This came up, a parallel example came up that just occurred to me with a previous conversation we had. Like there's these academic Marxists, and then there's like Andre and We the Living people in their 20s or 30s or teens. I'm more sympathetic to them latching on to something like communism. They don't understand it as well as a professor. Likewise, I think there's many people in the general public who might have just been victims of propaganda to a large extent. But if you're talking about like the real leaders of the environmentalism movement, like people like Bill McKibben, who Alex debated, and like Michael Mann, I think he's the author of this famous hockey stick graph of, I don't know if this is a graph of the projected increase in world temperature or what. But anyways, I think I'm less inclined to think that leaders of the environmentalist movement are honestly mistaken about their views.
Yeah, I think there is I think fundamentally they're Luddites, and it's misanthropy fundamentally. I think that's what it is. Like, um, I mean, there's just it's so essential to human life that I can't think of like any other way you could get to that conclusion than having a view of humanity as subordinate, I guess.
There's a slogan from the group Earth First back in the 80s, I think. They were prominent, and their slogan was "Back to the Pleistocene." And the Pleistocene is one of the ice ages, I think.
Mm.
So that's where they were. This is like the era of cavemen, right?
Hmm.
This is not like a vision for humanity that wants us to rise from the wheel to the skyscraper. and develop a place like New York City, right? If they're saying black back to the Pleistocene, it's like let's go back to the caveman days.
Yeah, and what yeah, it's crazy. I mean, one of the things you talked about like clean air and clean water, and that was one of the things that he talked about. I don't know if he talked about it in the moral case for fossil fuels, but in Fossil Future, he definitely talked about like how access to clean water is like essential if you want to have access to clean water, you're gonna have to use some power to do that on a wide scale. And like the machines they use to like clean the water, I think he was talking about. And also like, I mean, there's just so much, right? Like, yeah, obviously he talked about like the irrigation systems and how drought related deaths have been collapsing. Um, and uh but yeah, basically like the system of infrastructure is for us to have clean water is dependent on using a bunch of power. And also the air today if you think about like air, when we use like animal dung for power instead of fossil fuel power, it's a night and day difference. Like um yeah, I think it's fundamentally I think a lot of it is Ludism.
Hmm. There was some other group that thought I don't know if it was Earth First, but like they said they would welcome some virus that would like destroy the entire human race,
Wow.
or the entire human species. Um, Anyways, yeah, so I think there are some maybe you could call them nihilists,
Yeah,
people
I
with
think that's
nihilistic
appropriate.
motivations. Maybe you could also say that of some of these people in I think it's called the Just Stop Oil movements.
Yes.
And they'll like go to these art galleries and throw cans of
Yep.
soup on paintings as a way of bringing attention to their cause. Um,
They'll block streets. There's just no respect for property rights.
yeah, and I guess if you really think like the world's gonna end in 12 years or something, then you'll go to crazy lengths in order to stop that. So I don't know if any of those people are honestly mistaken or they're all dishonest, but in any case, I think they're wrong.
Yeah, right. 100%. Um, yeah, well, an important topic, no doubt. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
so we started on For the New Intellectual. Was there anything else on that you wanted to discuss or any other issues?
I think that's pretty much what I had in mind for us to discuss in Rand's article. I guess I just love her. I love how she defends wealth creation and capitalism. And you alluded to it earlier whenever you were talking about like a feeling bad for profit and giving back. I guess like they say like give back as if you've taken something when you've really created something. You've made the world a much more productive place. You've created all this wealth for the world, and to give back to who, to what, to why. So like it's just like a complete moral inversion, I guess. um, so I love that. I love how Rand doesn't have a zero sum view of the world. I guess a lot of people tend to do, but I mean, one of the beautiful things about economics is you learn how amazing the division of labor is, and yeah, obviously Adam Smith talked about that way back, and how much and just how much better life is because other people are being productive in the world. And Rand appreciated that. And I appreciate anybody who appreciates that. Um, I guess. And um, anything else in here? Let's see. But yeah, I mean, I guess like on that point, I guess if you're, I've yet to meet someone who's like against someone who's like for taxing the rich. Almost always they have some zero sum view of wealth creation. I've seen. Um, something along those lines. Basically, like you have to, yeah, in order for someone to get rich, I mean, they may even like know the Ricardo's law of association or whatever, but they still like think, they still like have this view of, and they might like have a theory of profit that may suggest something different, but they still like view wealth creation as a zero sum game to some degree, implicitly whenever they talk about taxing the rich and they justify such a belief. Um, but I guess like this is just another poison of the intellectuals, I guess. Um, so yeah. Anything else I have here? I don't know if you have any comment on that, but
I was trying to think of I was thinking of AOC's dress. That's I think she wore a dress
oh
once that
yeah,
said "tax the rich." I don't know if you ever saw that,
I
but
did.
yeah,
How could you not see that?
that was a few years ago. Um, yeah, so there's been quite a split between the businessmen and the intellectuals, as you said. Rand Rand says that the intellectuals betrayed the businessman, something like this, like they
Mm,
were in the America's first and so far the last intellectuals were the founding fathers. I think she
mm,
says something like that in her essay. And so she had a very positive view of those intellectuals, but unfortunately, there haven't been many since then, since the founding fathers, to to properly integrate knowledge uh, and then distribute it to the world. Although maybe the blame fundamentally, like if they don't have good knowledge to distribute, because the things coming out of the ivory tower, like from Kant and Hegel, from these
mhm.
leading philosophers, is really bad, then well, maybe the intellectuals can't do a good job. So the fundamental blame, or the most blame, I think, goes to the philosophers on Rand's view. Um, but I just remembered there's a line, or maybe a few lines in Atlas Shrugged, uh, to the effect like you don't need to be a philosopher to know some things. Like I remember, I don't know if it was in the chapter, maybe some plot spoilers here, but when the there's a train going through the tunnel, the Winston Tunnel disaster, and there's certain engineers on the train who like decide um, it's not safe to send it through, but maybe they're not in the right chain of command or something, and so they can't stop it from going on. And I forget if that's the part of the novel, but I think it's somewhere around there. There's a line that's like, so and so, I forget the guy's name. He never he doesn't even know the word epistemology, but he knew this, that it's not safe to send the
Uh-huh.
train through. I might be butchering the example, but the idea was that even if you don't have like formal training in philosophy or epistemology, you can still know some things. And so you might think,
Yeah.
well, even if the philosophers are fundamentally to blame, that doesn't entirely absolve the common man or the intellectuals who convey the philosopher's ideas. Like they don't just get off scot-free, and there's still at least some amount of responsibility that you have for knowing certain things, regardless of whether you're a philosopher, intellectual, or just the man on the street.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I guess like there was there was definitely at least a couple people like trying to stop them from going in the tunnel. That it was like some what was it, like some politician who was on there who wanted to get to the destination super badly. And um and yeah, basically, they're, are you sure? Are you sure? And then, everybody in there, I think she went and like described everyone in there and how, and like their philosophy. And it wasn't a lot of great, of people whose philosophy are compatible with Ayn Rand's basically, and about how all of them are basically like I don't know, like complicit in the disaster.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe I can quickly find if I put in the word epistemology on my Kindle,
I
I'm
think it was
guessing
in
there are.
the moratorium for brains or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Was that
There
like the chapter?
probably aren't many instances of the word epistemology. So
Okay.
if I just do a search on the whole novel, why does it say zero results? Uh, okay, well, maybe there are
Uh,
no instances of that
it
word.
says there is. It's a, I just looked it up um on my Kindle.
Okay.
It says Bill Brent knew nothing about epistemology, but he knew that man. Maybe this is the wrong one. So
No, that sounds right.
okay, hold on. Bill Brent. Let me see if I could share my screen here. No,
Oh,
sharing is not turned on.
yeah,
All
let
right, that's
me.
fine.
Okay, I just hit allow.
All right, cool. Will it let me share it on my Kindle? Yes, it will. Okay. Bill Brent knew nothing about epistemology, but he knew that man must live by his own rational perception of reality, that he cannot act against it or escape it or find a substitute for it, and that there is no other way for him to live. He rose to his feet. It's true that so long as I hold this job, I cannot refuse to obey you, he said, but I can if I quit. So I'm quitting. You're what? I'm quitting as of this moment. But you have no right to quit. You goddamn bastard. Don't you know that? Don't you know that I'll have you thrown in jail? If you want to send the sheriff for me in the morning, I'll be at home. I won't try to escape. There's no place to go. David Mitchum was 6'2" and had the build of a bruiser, but he stood shaking with fury and terror over the delicate figure of Bill Brent. You can't quit. There's a law against it. I've got a law. You can't. Is that the politician guy, Bill Brent, or Mitchum? There's a law against it. I've got a law. You can't walk out on me. I won't let you out. I won't let you leave this building tonight. Brent walked to the door. Will you repeat that order to me in front of the others? No, then I will. As he pulled the door open, Mitchum's fist shot out, smashed into his face, and knocked him down. The trans master and the road for him stood in the open doorway. He quit, screamed Mitchum. The yellow bastard quit at a time like this. He's a lawbreaker and a coward. It's like the least cowardly thing you could do, and he's a coward. In the slow effort of rising from the door through the haze of blood running into his eyes, Bill Brent looked up at the two men. He saw they understood, but he saw the closed faces of men who did not want to understand, did not want to interfere, and hated him for putting them on the spot in the name of justice. He said nothing wrong, rose to his feet, and walked out of the building. Mitchum avoided looking at others. Hey, you, he called, jerking his head at the night dispatcher across the room. Come here. You've got to take a look, take over at once. Am I in the right? With the door closed, he repeated the boy the story of the diesel at Fairmount as he had given it to Brent in the order to send me the comet through the engine number 306 if the boy did not from him in a half hour. The boy has no condition to think, to speak, or to understand anything. He kept seeing the blood on the face of Bill Brent, who had been his idol. Yes, sir, he said numbly. Um,
All right. I think we've got enough to. Was there something else about the scene you wanted to mention?
yeah.
I just
No,
wanted
I
to
think, yeah,
mention it because of that one reference to epistemology, which I just found. I don't know why that didn't turn up when I did a search on my Kindle, but let me see if I can share mine now
sure, sure.
and get it to work. Okay. So I think right now my screen shows up.
Yep, I
And
see it.
okay, yeah. So here's that line about epistemology. He knew nothing about epistemology, but he knew that man must live by his own rational perception of reality. So you might think like even if you're not a philosopher, you're not a professional intellectual, maybe you're just a guy who works on a train, and but still there are some things you can know,
Hmm.
and you have responsibility for knowing. Um, but I'm just curious here, why is it that when I put in the search for epistemology, it says zero results found? I don't
That's
understand that.
strange.
I got to figure this out.
Yeah.
But okay, anyways, enough of that.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at the chat.
Yep.
See, Leighton Preon is here. Hello. And I think he's the only new person in the chat. Okay, so anything else on For the New Intellectual, or did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think that's all for the new intellectual and um
Okay.
yeah, and I guess I was gonna ask you, do you have anything you're working on recently?
I've recently been reading about slavery in the United States. Last stream, I talked about laws, especially laws relating to immigration, and how there's some racist laws that were keeping out or discouraging Chinese from immigrating. Like there was the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, and I became interested in looking into some of the other exclusions and racist sort of laws, like either related to Indians or black people. So that's what I've been researching most recently since my last stream.
Mm,
Uh, I don't have like any writing project I'm doing related to it. I just want to learn about it.
mm.
So that's my main focus as of late.
Okay,
I also
cool.
worked on a video. I mentioned this briefly at the at the early part of the stream. A commentary video I'm planning to come out with soon, maybe before my next stream. It's a commentary on my third call to the David Pakman Show. Who mentioned you,
Okay.
right? Yeah. So when I first heard about Holden, it was after he had debated Charlie Kirk, and his debate with Charlie Kirk was mentioned on the David Pakman Show. And I've called into David Pakman Show 3 times, so I've been working on that video. So those are the main things I've been doing recently.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's all true stuff. Okay, and do you write all or at all? I'm just curious, like, or do you or are you mostly just doing live streams in your free time
Mostly well, I do live
and
streams
reading?
like once every 5 days, and in between my live streams, I'm mostly reading, not
Mm,
writing. So
mm,
I don't do writing. I mean, aside from like tweeting very short things or making
sure.
little posts on Facebook or X, I'll do that sometimes. But I don't have long writing projects, and I haven't for quite a while. I published one article in the Objective Standard. That was over 10 years ago, though. It's an article about Will Durant's series of books called The Story of Civilization.
Mm,
And that's my only publication in a journal. But I don't have plans to do more writing projects currently. Maybe that'll change at some point, but right now I'm mainly just focused on growing my YouTube channel. So if I'm not doing a live stream itself, then I'm often doing some research that gives me material to talk about in my next live stream.
mm.
So that's mostly what I'm focused on these days.
Okay, got you. Cool stuff. All right. Well, I guess like maybe I'll stay around for a bit in the chat, um maybe you'll share some stuff on the. I'm curious of if you have any interesting insight on the on what you've been reading about for immigration uh in the
I'm
history.
trying to think if there's I guess the last show, the most interesting thing I learned was the how old the anti-Chinese laws were. So I was aware of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882,
Mm,
but I thought maybe that's when that was the first law that was based on race, like excluding people based on race. Actually, no, there was one other, the Page Act of 1875. That didn't exclude all Chinese people, but it excluded Chinese laborers. They called them coolies at the time.
really
And also, yeah, there was actually an act called the Anti-Coolie Act. I think that's today it's
that's
usually considered
terrible.
a derogatory or a slur term to call them that. But it was actually the term used in the law. And I showed the
Wow.
laws on stream. That was one of the interesting things I recently did is I looked into the actual statutes of the United States going back to like, well, the first ones were in 1789. That was when the first Congress met. And I showed on screen the actual statutes that I was learning about. But it turns out there was an even earlier act before 1875. There was the Anti-Coolie Act. I think that was in 1862. And then that was the earliest federal statute that I was able to find. Maybe I can share this on screen.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can. Okay, I think this is the file I need. Immigration and naturalization laws. Yeah. Okay, I'll share this. I keep a file, a Google Doc, which includes links to the text of all the acts I read. So this is the one from 1862. So here's the Chinese Exclusion Act from 1882.
Hmm.
Make this a little bigger. But before that was the Page Act. This is the one that's I can add a note right now. It excluded Chinese laborers and prostitutes.
Hmm.
And that was the earliest act I was aware of until I guess about a week ago. And then I learned about this one from 1862 called an Act to Prohibit the Coolie Trade by American citizens in American vessels. And you can actually see the act. This is from the Library of Congress, from
Hmm.
a book called The Statutes at Large. It's a chronological list of all the laws passed. So here's that act to prohibit the coolie trade. I can just read a little of this.
Hmm.
No citizen or citizens of the United States or foreigner coming into or residing within the same shall, for himself or for any other person whatsoever, either as master, factor, owner, or otherwise, build, equip, load, or otherwise prepare and ship or vessel, any ship or vessel, or any steamship or steam vessel registered, enrolled, or licensed in the United States or any port within the same for the purpose of procuring from China or from any port or place therein. All these qualifications, this is really sounding like legalese. Or from any other port or place, the inhabitants or subjects of China, known as coolies, to be transported to any foreign country, port, or place, whatever, to be disposed of. I'll just finish this sentence, or sold or transferred for any term of years or for any time whatever, as servants or apprentices, or to be held to service or labor.
Hmm.
So um, that's the earliest federal statute, I think, that prohibited Chinese or discouraged Chinese from coming into or residing within the state. But then I learned that in California, there were earlier laws. Is that in?
Mm.
Oh, that's in this one. So if you go back to 1850, there was the gold rush was around 1849.
Mhm.
And in 1850, there was this act, it's called the Act for the Better Regulation of Mines and the Government of Foreign Miners. And according to that act, you had to buy a $20 per month license fee for non-citizen miners, and that was targeting the Chinese because the white miners did not
Wow.
like the competition of the Chinese. So they lobbied the California legislature to pass this law that required foreign miners, which really means Chinese here, that was the target, to pay this license fee. And I read somewhere that this amounted to like half of a month's worth of their
Oh, I
earnings
bet. Yeah.
at the time. So this is a large chunk of earnings. So that really would discourage people from coming to the United States if they knew they're going to have to pay that fee.
Right. Yeah, no, that's crazy. I mean, they use the state to get a competitive advantage. Wow, that's
Yeah.
um it's quite I've seen that movie before. But I didn't know that existed at all.
And
I
another thing
wasn't
that
taught
was
about
really
that.
interesting to me was um, how many regulations there were. There was this act, for instance, an act to regulate the carriage of passengers in steamships and other vessels. And so there were laws, maybe I can read a little of this, that
Mm,
according to which there's certain proportions of like ships, the weight of the ship to the number of people on board. Like you can't have more than one person per 2 tons of tonnage. That's what it's called. And
mm,
there's like food provisions. You have to have a hospital on board. And oh yeah, this one about the berths. That's like beds. The
mm.
beds on the ship have to be a certain number of inches. They shall not be less than 9 inches in the berths. That is above the deck. There has to be a certain space. They have to be at least 6 feet in length, at least 2 feet in width, and each berth shall be occupied by no more than one passenger. So even back in the so-called laissez-faire heyday of capitalism in the 19th century, there's like 8 pages of regulations on how ships have to be in order to transport passengers, and they've got to be inspected. And there's one about provisions, how many pounds of potatoes have to be provided per passenger, and how much oatmeal and
It's
peas
crazy.
and rice. So this is a law from 1855. So I was surprised to learn about all these regulations. So it was definitely not
Wow.
pure laissez-faire capitalism, even in the 19th century.
Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's wild stuff.
So those are some of the
Um,
most interesting. I can put that back up if you're still like. Those are some of the most interesting finds in my readings recently.
uh-huh. Yeah, that's all fun. That's funny. I mean, it's
Oh,
not
here's
funny
the
for
one
the
about
people
the
who have to deal with it.
provisions. I'll just read a little of this one. This is the one about food
Sure.
provisions. All vessels employed shall have on board for the use of passengers at the time of leaving the last ports, skipping a little, well secured under deck for each passenger, at least 20 pounds of good Navy bread, 15 pounds of rice, 15 pounds of oatmeal, 10 pounds of wheat flour, 15 pounds of peas and beans, 20 pounds of potatoes, 1 pint of vinegar, 60 gallons of fresh water, 10 pounds of salted pork, and 10 pounds of salt beef, free of bone, all to be of good quality. But then they're generous and they allow some substitutes in case you can't procure some of these,
In
etc.
reasonable
So
terms. They
yeah.
always love to use, or not always, they love to use ambiguous language. Uh,
So the country still has a lot to learn about a free society, what it looks like, and whether the country was a laissez-faire society. Ayn Rand actually calls the 19th century, she says in one passage that it was a mixed economy. And this,
Mhm.
which might be surprising. You might think, well, yeah, the 20th century and today you could say that's a mixed economy, but is it right to say that of the 19th century? And I think if you're aware of regulations like this, you can say, yeah. Um, and this is just, one regulation. I've only scratched the surface of the United States statutes at large,
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt there that we had that it was not the unhampered market that we're talking about.
right?
Um, all right. Well, all sounds good. All sounds good, Dan. Um, yeah. Well, I guess I now that I've done for the new intellectual, what do you think what did you say was next?
I think the virtue of selfishness would be a good next one for you to read.
Okay, virtue of selfishness. All right, I'll do that. Yeah, I'm okay, sounds good. Yeah, I just read a couple of books. One was um of other books. One was called one was I don't know if you know who Michael Leibowitz is,
Yeah.
but he wrote a book called A View from a Cage, and I thought that was I was that was really interesting to me.
Yeah,
Um,
I have that actually on my Kindle. I read about half of it a couple years ago, maybe.
oh
And it was
really?
very interesting. Yeah, one day I'll probably read the rest of it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Michael Leibowitz, for anyone who doesn't know, well, do you want to say what he's
Oh, I
about?
mean, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm the best guy to like say what he's about. I read like um I can tell you from what I read, like he's this guy who's been in jail. You can like correct me on like updates like after the book, but he was this guy who was in jail for all these for like 25 years, I think it said. And um and he went to jail for he was in trouble for a lot of reasons, but the primary reason was because he basically told uh his three of his friends to go to his ex-girlfriend's his ex-girlfriend was with this guy, and basically he arranged for his friends to stab him, and the guy that she was with his ex-girlfriend was with, and he went to jail, while he was in jail he started reading. He got like this, he said it was laissez-faire books. That he got books to send from, or he got books from, and he read Atlas Shrugged, he read Mises, he read or some of Mises, he talked about. He read he read quite a bit, and he really changed himself and his character, and it's a really great story um about him in that regard. I guess like to give a summary. And so now I guess he is a crusader for liberty, for liberty. And um yeah, so that's a short thing I can give to him. Hope that may do some justice.
Yeah, I think that covers the essentials. I could just add a little more to that. So he now has a podcast, or maybe I guess multiple podcasts. He's on YouTube. Um, he does a show called The Capitalist Corner and
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
The Rational Egoist. I think that's an old. I think he started that one earlier. So yeah, he advocates for Ayn Rand's ideas, and he has this really unusual story of someone who's spent 25 years in prison, as you said, and then he reformed himself in prison, and he's reading all this literature from the pro-liberty movements. I don't know if he read, did he read Ayn Rand when he was in prison, or was that,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, he
okay.
did. He read Atlas Shrugged like when he was like 24 or something like that. I got like the age range around whenever I read it. But yeah, he read Ayn Rand in prison for sure.
as well as many Austrian economists, I guess.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, that's right. Um, yeah,
yeah,
so
it's an interesting story. Uh, so you read that one recently, A View from a
yes.
Cage.
Yes, A View from a Cage. Yep, that's yeah, and that was great. His like cellmates were it was crazy. Like see some of the stories that he had. Um and that they had. And but yeah, no, so it's a fun one for sure. I love biographies, so so that's always good. And it's like not fully an autobiography. It's definitely a biography, but also he talks about like Rand and her ideas and about like he talks some economics. He even brought up the, I wouldn't, I get, yeah, I shouldn't go too much into depth, but you know, um, anyway, basically like the point is yeah, it's fun. It's a fun one. Um, but yeah, so and yeah, I got to know him because I saw the Rational Egoist in the Capitalist Corner. I saw that he was like online. So then I saw that he had a book. I sent him in one of his live streams. I was like, I couldn't like get the book. I was like, where can I get this? And I saw there was he's like, oh, you can get it, and I saw there was a link actually. So then I went and purchased it, and so and then also yeah, anyway. So I can talk about more, but I guess it's not really relevant for the stream. Um so anyway, yeah, I guess yeah, well, I'm not even sure why I brought that up, but I thought it was for some some decent reason.
Oh,
Anyway,
I might have just asked you like what you were reading recently, or because I was telling you about what I was reading, and then maybe you were just telling me what you were reading
uh,
recently. That might
I
have been
think
the
it was
connection.
I think it was the books the books that I should get, and then somehow that but yeah, anyway. Regardless,
Oh yeah.
yeah, okay, so yeah, virtue of selfishness. Okay, cool. So I'll have to order that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what you think of capitalism, the unknown ideal, because I know that might be most closely related to your field of study, being an economics student. But I think virtue of selfishness might be a good one to do before that because it lays the ethical foundation, and
Hmm.
so much of capitalism, the unknown ideal, builds on that ethical foundation. So I think that's a good order. So maybe after Virtue of Selfishness would be a good time to read Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal.
Cool stuff. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely do virtue of the selfishness first, and yeah, I'm looking forward to capitalism, the unknown ideal as well. Um, so yeah, I'll make sure. I saw my actual. I think my library had a copy of Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. Believe it or not, my library has a copy at school. It's like, oh shoot, okay, that's interesting. Um, but yeah, so Ayn Rand is in my library. At least that book was. Um, uh, anyway, so yeah. Um, all right. Well, thanks for always letting me come on and talk
Sure.
about this stuff. And yeah, I mean, like it's always great to have someone to do this with. So I'll see you next time, most likely after I've read The Virtue of Selfishness, and we could talk about that.
Sounds good.
I'll probably send you an email before uh
Okay.
letting you know. I've still got to order the book though. So
Uh-huh.
but so maybe may or may not happen next time. I don't know. But anyway, I'll chat soon.
Okay. Sounds good. I see you've got a cat back there.
Yes, my brother insisted on having these cats in this house, um, which my yeah. So basically, now I have this problem, and when I don't leave the door open, here they come, or when I don't make sure the door is fully closed, here they come. But anyway, yeah.
All right. Well, it's a nice little touch. I haven't seen the cat before, but I think that might be the first cat I've ever had on my live stream. So, um,
Yeah.
uh,
Well, they're nice. They're just a little annoying. So
all right.
yeah.
Well, it's good to have you call in as always. Thanks for calling in, and I look forward to chatting again sometime.
Sounds good. Well, I'll talk soon.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. That was good. Good to have Holden call back. Let me come back to the chat now. See a few more chats from Simon, Leighton Preon, Jason. Where's my chat window? Here it is. Holden just wrote in the chat. He says, I forgot to say I was also going to interview Michael about his book on the 21st. It will be my first video since the Charlie Kirk one. Shameless plug. That's okay. I invite you to plug your content here. So Holden has a YouTube channel of his own, and I guess it's been a while since his last video. This will be his first video since the Charlie Kirk one, which I think was several months ago. So if you want to check out his interview with Michael, maybe you'll be able to find it there on Holden's channel on the 21st. I don't know if that's going to be live streamed or just recorded and put up later, but I guess it'll appear that there at some point. Jason's trying to cancel his chats. Dan can vouch for me that I'm not a troll, says Prion. You stay within the bounds. Sometimes you get a little close to the my bounds, uh, but so far you like I remember early on when I saw you in my chat, sometimes you would say something and I would think, I wonder if I'm gonna have to block this guy. But when I mention something, you rein it in a bit. Like if I think you're using a type of language or saying something that might be disrespectful, and then you come back within my bounds. You say hee hee. All right, what else is in here? Florida Nick says he's glad that Dan is driving again. Yeah, that was in reaction to my comment that when I was in high school, I stopped driving out of concern for the environmental pollution I was creating with my car. So I started driving or riding my bike to school. In case anyone wasn't here for that part of the conversation. I remember I was up to around here. Florida Nick was 5 in 96. Linda says she started her art gallery, her and Quint's art gallery in 96. And Florida Nick was 5 then. I mean, the thing that comes before the present. It echoes through time, says Godspeed. Okay, that must be about the discussion we were having before about um, can you photograph something from the past? I believe philosophy will tell you you cannot change the past or interact with it to change it, was my main point. My camera example is different than interacting to change. Linda says, glorify human potential, art, ambition, and rational achievements, making it a moral guide as much as an aesthetic experience. That's what her art gallery does, or what romantic realism does. She argued that new intellectuals must reject mysticism and collectivism, embrace individual rights, and act on independent judgment, says Linda. Maybe I should look for a passage where she defines what a new intellectual is. She says somewhere a new intellectual is any man or woman who chooses to think, or something like that. I forget. Um, who is willing to think? Okay, I just found the passage. Here we go. It's page 49. All right, let me share this screen. This is from her essay For the New Intellectual, which is the title essay of her book For the New Intellectual. So here's this paragraph. She says, who are to be the new intellectuals? Any man or woman who is willing to think. All those who know that man's life must be guided by reason. Those who value their own life and are not willing to surrender it to the cult of despair in the modern jungle of cynical impotence, just as they are not willing to surrender the world to the dark ages and the rule of the brutes. That's a pretty broad definition of new intellectual. Any man or woman who is willing to think. That's not just people who choose a certain profession, like being a professor or a author. You might think that's the more strict sense of what it is to be an intellectual, but this is a very broad understanding of what it is. But I think in the other passage I read when Holden was on, it was a more narrow sense of the term when she's talking about how the intellectual is the person whose commander in chief is the philosopher. There's a kind of hierarchy, and then the intellectual transmits the ideas of the philosopher from his ivory tower to the man on the street. And in that sense, intellectual is a sort of profession. Okay, back at the chat. Simon says Robert Knapp has a good book on the philosophy of mathematics. That's the one I put in the chat earlier. Mathematics is about the world. Okay, I read this one before. Peikoff's History of Philosophy on YouTube is amazing. I agree. Yeah, that is an amazing course. I took it before it was on YouTube. I bought it back in the days when it was on cassette tape. Now it's though, and it was expensive for me at least. But now you can get it free on YouTube. He puts into perspective so many ideas and puts philosophers' ideas in context. The religion of green. Okay. That must be about the environmentalist movement. Florida Nick is glad that I'm driving again. And then Leighton Preon says, not me. More traffic on the road for me. We need flying cars. How about that? Then there won't be any traffic on the road. There will just be traffic in the air. Preon is trying to get in touch with Leibowitz and maybe do an interview. Okay, I read some of these. Holden says, I mostly post on Substack. If anyone is interested, I will be releasing essays on price theory. He publishes quite often there. Jason says, I still think Holden should do that jujitsu with Mark Pellegrino. He can learn boundaries at the dojo. So, Jason, I think did you win some prize to have a jujitsu match with Mark Pellegrino? And at the Irreplaceable Spark Conference or something. I have a vague recollection that something like that might have happened. Jason says, yes, I wonder if it is transferable. Oh, you might want to transfer your jujitsu match to someone. You might want to give it to Holden. Is that what you're saying up here? Oh, Ghosty is here. Hello. Weekend's going pretty well so far. Hope yours is going well. I'm a good kid, see, Holden, says Prion. Moreover, I'm good at philosophy and I actually know what I'm talking about, so we can have useful discussions. So Prion has argued for certain positions like being ruthless and cunning in politics, including lying or defaming your opponents if they violate individual rights. That's so you there. I've had a few calls with Prion, so um, Holden, if you want to learn more about Prion's ideas, you can check out some of those conversations I had with him. He said he's not an objectivist, but he's objectivist adjacent or a Nietzschean, has some Nietzschean ideas. Okay. You could probably just go to his channel to get in touch, but maybe there's other ways. I guess if you go to youtube.com/ats and then you put in whatever at Holden Mitrione or whatever it is, you can find their channel and then you can leave a comment on their channel. That's one way I think you can get in touch with people, but um, of course you might have preferred other ways of getting in touch. All right. So I'm caught up in the chat now, and it's been about 4 hours since I started streaming. That Jesus guy, Story Jesus, he left, remember? Yeah, here it is. Earlier, I had someone in the chat who goes by the name Storytime Jesus. I thought maybe I could have an interesting discussion with that person, but um, he might be gone now because that was a long time ago. His last chat was about 3 hours ago. Oh, here's a new person in the chat. In any case, too, in any case, too, says, I'm new to objectivism, but very interested. I'm curious about something. Okay. Would you like to say what you're curious about? Maybe you're typing that right now. I'm curious to see what in any case two is curious about. All right. So he says, I have a philosophy background and am interested in meta-ontology. What would the objectivist position be on the Quinean dictum to be is to be the value of a bound variable? That's a pretty technical question. I don't know that I have any view on that or that objectivism has a view on that. Harry Binswanger is an objectivist philosopher. Maybe you've heard of him. And I think he referenced that quote in one of his lectures. And if I recall correctly, his view was that it was an absurd sort of thing to say. I don't remember exactly how he put it, but I got the impression that was his basic idea. in regard to this quote, to be is to be the value of a bound variable. So Quine was a 20th century philosopher, for anyone who doesn't know. And what was his? Oh, he said something about the objects, the epistemological status of entities is no better than the gods of Homer. Like we have as much reason to believe in ordinary objects like this phone as we do to believe in the gods of Homer, something like that. Um, which I think Harry Binswanger also said or implied was absurd. Okay, and then you say, I'm just curious because there's a lot of discussion about existence in Rand's writing. In the Quinian view is often the orthodox view of existence in the mainstream. I'll have to find the Binswanger lecture. Can't remember which lecture that was, but Quine was had a very different approach to philosophy than objectivism does. I know that much. I don't know a lot about Quine. I've read a little of his work, like the Two Dogmas of Empiricism. I, did he write another one called On What Is? I forget I read a few of his main essays. You have a philosophy background, you say. You're new to objectivism, but very interested. I wonder how you got interested in objectivism. How did you hear about it? Oh, On What There Is. Yeah, that rings a bell. That's where he lays out his belief that quantification entails ontological commitment. Okay. The whole view of logic, I think, is pretty messed up. The modern the view that modern philosophers have of logic, I had a call on my show uh, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago with a caller named he went by the name Radical Capitalist. And we talked some about modern logic versus classical Aristotelian logic. And I don't know if Quine is someone who buys into the modern view of logic following Russell and Frege. Uh, but if he does, then I think he's got a deeply different view of logic than objectivism does. So for objectivism, following Aristotle, I think the laws of logic are laws about reality. They're not just arbitrary rules that are made up. They're not just rules of a game. Sometimes I don't know if that language comes from Wittgenstein. Um, the idea of a language game, um, but I think many philosophers hold to that view that language is sort of an arbitrary game, and logic also has these arbitrary starting points, the axioms. But for objectivism and Aristotle, they're not arbitrary. They're actually descriptions of the way reality is. Um, well, we've discussed some of Humer's writing in undergraduate, his direct realism, but I found his work in libertarianism, which is where I bumped into other systems like objectivism. Okay. Michael Humer, that's who you're referring to, for anyone who doesn't know. He has been influenced by Rand, I guess, because I think he certainly read Rand, and he's not an objectivist, and he argues against Rand. I don't know if he was an objectivist for some period of time, but anyways, I think um, he has at least a history of commenting on Rand's philosophy. Last I heard, he was a philosophy professor at the University of Colorado. I think that's where he was or is. And he's written a book called Intuitionism, I believe. And maybe other books as well. I haven't read his writings. I come across him now and then on YouTube. I've heard some of his interviews. So that's how you came in contact with objectivism via Michael Humer. Yeah, he promotes libertarian or anarcho-capitalism. Maybe that's a brand or a type of libertarianism. And okay, so it was in that part of his work that you encountered objectivism. Okay. I'm curious what you think his okay, you say he has a online critique of objectivism. Yeah, I think there is this the one titled Why I Am Not an Objectivist? I think he might have a piece titled that or something like that, which has been around a long time. I think maybe early on when I got into objectivism, like back in the late 1990s, I think I came across that piece. So even in the early days of the internet, relatively early days, he had this essay up there critiquing objectivism. I don't know if I read the whole thing or maybe just part of it, but I don't remember it well. He has an essay that came out in the Ayn Rand Philosophical Studies series regarding capitalism, and then there's a response essay by Harry Benzwanger critiquing that. I was actually at the original event where this took place. So the Ayn Rand Society is an academic society associated with the American Philosophical Association, and they had meetings every year at the APA's conference, the American Philosophical Association, and I attended one of these meetings. I think it was 2013, and at that at that meeting, Michael Humer gave his talk on anarcho-capitalism or Rand's view of capitalism. I forget exactly what the subject was. And then after he gave his, after he delivered his paper, Harry Benzwanger gave a response to it. And then several years later, their papers were published in the Ayn Rand Philosophical Studies. I'll put that in the chat here. Philosophical Studies series. I think that's the title of it. I'm going to Google that and see if I can find the volume. Yeah, here we go. Came out from the University of Pittsburgh Press. There are now 5 volumes, I believe. 4 volumes. Let me share this on the screen. Okay, this is the volume where Humer's essay appears, Foundations of a Free Society. And here's the whole series is called the Ayn Rand Society Philosophical Studies from the University of Pittsburgh. This is the most recent one, Two Philosophers, Aristotle and Ayn Rand, which I think just came out this month. But there's a volume by Tara Smith, and then here's another one on epistemology. And this one is on Ayn Rand's political philosophy. Let's see if the table of contents is in there. Table of contents. Okay. Here we go. Defending Liberty, the Common Sense Approach by Michael Huemer. And then Egoism, Force, and the Need for Government, a Response to Humor by Harry Binswanger. So these are the 2 papers I saw delivered live in 2013. This book, I think it came out in 2019. So these might not be exactly the same versions. Maybe they edited their essays for publication. But there's also this other essay in this volume, Anarchism versus Objectivism by Harry Binswanger. In any case, too, says, I found some of his critiques of egoist ethics to be strange and shallow as I understand him. How do you feel about the representation of Rand's work in the left libertarian spheres like Roderick Long? I'll need to look into these. Yeah, I do recommend looking into these books. The Ayn Rand Studies Philosophical Series, if you want to see an academic discussion of Rand's ideas, pro and con. There's uh, as for the representation of Rand's work in left libertarian spheres, I'm not very familiar with that. I'll just put that in the chat. The Ayn Rand Philosophical Studies series. I haven't looked much into that, the representation of Rand's in the left libertarian spheres as opposed to right libertarian. Um, so I think there's a website called Bleeding Heart Libertarians, and that maybe that's an example of what you mean by left libertarians. But I think there's even like some streamers, Vosh. You might have heard of Vosh. You're on Brook Debated Vosh. And I seem to recall Vosh describing himself as a left libertarian. I think normally the libertarians normally libertarians are right libertarians. I don't even know if I could clearly explain the difference between left libertarians and right libertarians. Um, I haven't looked into that much. But anyways, I can't, I don't have familiarity with them, so I can't say much about them. I know Roderick Long, he wrote, or I think he co-wrote the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy entry on Ayn Rand, along with Neera Badwar. I think sh she might be the other, his co-author. And I at least read part of that, and but I can't remember much about it. Like maybe I might have thought it was decent, and better than you would typically get from the representation of Rand's work in academia. Um, like often Rand is just totally strawman caricatured, and it's obvious that she's being misportrayed. But I don't think or at least I don't remember getting any obvious distortion of her views in that Stanford Encyclopedia article. Let me actually look that up. Here we go. I think that's a very good resource, actually, if you're in academic philosophy. I used the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy a lot when I was in graduate school. So here's the entry on Ayn Rand's by, where's the author stated? Usually it's, oh yeah, Roderick Long and Neera Badwar. And they acknowledge for their helpful comments. They acknowledge Eric Mack, Gregory Salmieri, and the editors of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Gregory Salmieri is one of the authors of that, um, or editors of the Ayn Rand Philosophical Studies series, this series here. You can see him listed here, along with Robert Mayhew. And there's actually an essay, I think, about this entry in the Stanford Encyclopedia by it might be by Greg on the blog of the Ayn Rand Society's on the Ayn Rand Society's blog. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, I didn't mean to put that in the chat. I just wanted to Google it. Okay, that's a different article. Let me put in Stanford. Ah, here it is. Oh, it's by Ben Bayer, not Greg. I'll share that. It's titled Updates to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy Entry on Ayn Rand. See, the original article was published in 2010, and then there was a substantive revision in 2020. So, in the wake of that revision, Ben Bayer. Oh, I guess there's been another revision because this was published in 2016, it says. I was pleased to see the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy feature an updated entry on Ayn Rand earlier this week. The piece is authored by past Ayn Rand Society presenter Neera Badwar and Roderick Long. The entry was originally published in summer of 2010, and its first major revision was in the fall of 2012. Okay, so maybe I guess there's been at least one more revision after this article is published, maybe responding to something that was in this article. But I wanted to come here because I don't really have much to say myself about academic takes on Rand's from left libertarians like Roderick Long. But Ben has written a whole article here, and um, maybe I would, which is not necessarily to imply I would agree with everything here, but I'm generally have a lot of agreement with Ben Bayer. So, anyways, if you want to get the take of someone who I'm at least in general agreement with in the objectivist world, um, you can check out this article. Let me just read a little of this. Ben says, I was happy in 2010 to see this entry finally contributed to the SEP. Fair and accurate encyclopedia entries on Rand for philosophers have been few and far between. The entry in the Routledge Encyclopedia of Philosophy is notoriously inept. The Ayn Rand Society website features the entry by Gotthelf and Salmieri in the lower profile dictionary of modern American philosophers, but it is brief and doesn't have the space to review secondary literature. Stephen Hicks also has a good entry at the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and while it is longer than Gotthelf and Salmieri's, its list of secondary literature is still very terse. When it first came out, the Badwar and Long SEP contribution filled an important gap. I think it's good that there's at least an entry, right? You might think that a lot of philosophers they try to dismiss Rand. This is me talking now. I'm not reading Ben anymore right now. So a lot of philosophers um, just dismiss Rand as a philosopher altogether, which I think is horrible um, injustice and really shows a poor judgment on what counts as a philosopher to not even consider Rand as a philosopher. Or, I think she's not only a philosopher, she's one of the greatest of all time, um, one of the top philosophers in human history. So um, it's good that SEP at least includes Rand, but not only did they include her, my recollection is they did a decent job. It wasn't, well, let me just read a little more here. So Ben says that when the article first came out, it provided an overview of Rand's major positions in every branch of philosophy, offered a survey of a wealth of relevant secondary literature, and portrayed Rand's position in a fair and honest manner. In this post about the latest revision, I'd like to do three things. First, I'd like to highlight some useful additions and modifications to the entry. Second, I'll make a few respectful criticisms. In both cases, I'm only highlighting major features and bugs without any attempt to be exhaustive. Finally, I'll raise some questions for discussion. Okay, so I won't read all this, but you can check this out. AynRandSociety.org. Okay. Ben Bayer's article looks good. I'll have to look into it. All right. I'm curious if you have any particular philosophical views. Um, I don't know what you want to say, but I'd be interested to know how you would identify yourself. And there's so many ways, and like in terms of basic philosophy, like metaphysics, epistemology, or normative branches like ethics, politics. Um, I'd be interested to learn some about you. You can also call in if you're interested. No pressure, but I do have a Zoom link pinned in the chat if you'd like to call in, as well as a phone number. That's another way. I also wonder if you're in school or you just study philosophy on your own outside of school. Again, um, if you want to share. Um, oh, I haven't updated my description on YouTube. Maybe I should do that now. Yeah, I'm going to do that because it's been a while since I updated my YouTube description. Where's that screen? Here we go. And maybe you can remind me if I forgot some things. So the last thing I have is the point about intrinsicism, free will, and Sam Harris. What else did we discuss? Well, I had a call with Holden. That's a big item, so maybe I'll put a paragraph break and make it a section unto itself. And then we talked a lot about environmentalism during that, so I can put some of the major topics we covered. We started out talking about For the New Intellectual, and then we we had some discussion of environmentalism, and I don't remember what else. You can remind me if you know. And then now we've been talking about the Ayn Rand's Philosophical Studies series. Let me make this a little larger. Okay. I'm probably forgetting some topics. Okay, you say you're currently an undergrad philosophy student in your fifth year. Can't call in at the moment, but if you do this again, I think it would be nice to have a discussion. Okay. I do this every 5 days. At least that's my current pattern. So if I stick to that, then my next live stream would be on Thursday. I don't know exactly what time I would start, but I usually start around 1 p.m. Pacific time, and then I go for several hours typically. You can also email me if you want. There's an email on my YouTube channel, but I can also say it and type it here. So if you want to arrange a specific time, we can do that. I guess if you're open to doing a live stream, we can arrange for a time, like during my live stream, you could call in. We could arrange for a time during my live stream. But here's the selfishness project at gmail.com. That's the address you can use. to email me and we can set up a time, or you can just call in spontaneously if you want. Um, but I'll probably do my next stream on Thursday afternoon Pacific time. And if you're subscribed, you can get a notification for when I go live if you click that bell. I'm always looking to grow my subscribers. But thanks for that info about you. I think I've had at least one other philosophy major call in to my show. Radical capitalist, actually. He's called in a couple times. Oh, I'm still showing let me save my updates to the description now. All right. Epistemically, I lean towards rationalism, foundationalism, and internalism. Metaphysically, I'm sympathetic to some form of idealism. Leibnizian says in any case too. And then he says, I am a capitalist and lean towards deontology and normative ethics. All right. There's a lot there. Thanks for that. So you classify yourself as a foundationalist, or you lean towards that at least. I'm not sh I think objectivism might agree with that. Actually, one of the big advantages of this Ayn Rand philosophical studies series is that a lot of these terms from academic philosophy, like foundationalism and internalism, are related to objectivism. So Ayn Rand, she doesn't speak in these terms. So you might wonder, well, what is Ayn Rand a foundationalist or an internalist? How does her view relate to these sorts of views, which are often discussed in today's academic philosophy scene? And I think you can find answers to some of those questions in that series. I'm not necessarily in a position to know. I mean, even though I went to grad school, I didn't focus on epistemology. I focused on philosophy of minds. So I might not be in a position to tell you like what is what is the objectivist view on foundationalism? Like, is objectivism a type of foundationalism or is it something different? There are other people like Ben Bayer, I think. Ben Bayer, he's focused on epistemology in graduate school. He might be able to answer those sorts of questions better. But anyways, if you find if you check out these volumes, I think they might serve as a good bridge from your context of knowledge and your way of thinking about things to understanding the objectivist way of looking at things. Um, which is not to say agreeing with the objectivist way of looking at things, but just understanding what it is. Um, I think that's one of the main purposes of the volumes in that series is to build that bridge so academics and non-objectivist academics and objectivist academics can communicate with each other more effectively. Ayn Rand is critical of rationalism. I can say that if by that you mean um, thinking that knowledge is a result of, or primarily a result of deduction, or is not based on experience. She is in the Aristotelian school of thought, which you might call empiricists, that holds that knowledge begins with sense perception, but she doesn't think knowledge ends with sense perception. It just begins there. You might some philosophers, I think, they're very skeptical of abstractions, concepts like David Hume, and but Rand thought we can't. Concepts are not arbitrary names we apply to groupings of things. Um, she has a whole theory of concepts. She wrote a book, maybe you know, but she wrote a book called Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, in which she presented a theory of concepts. She validates the conceptual level. So I'm not sure exactly what you mean here by rationalism, but at least one way it's commonly understood, that would be a very different approach than Rand's. Metaphysically, you're sympathetic to some form of idealism. So that's the idea that everything is fundamentally mental. Ayn Rand opposes that. She says there's existence or consciousness implies something to be conscious of. There can't just be consciousness or just mentality. I don't know if have you read any Ayn Rand? She discusses this in well, partly in Atlas Shrugged. Um, and then she quotes some of the key passages from Atlas Shrugged in some of her nonfiction. Um, but that doesn't mean she's a materialist. So if those aren't idealism and materialism aren't the only options metaphysically, they're common options, but there's also other schools of thought like panpsychism and neutral monism and dualism. I think plausibly Rand's is, you could say she's a, if you had to put it in academic terminology, maybe you could call her a property dualist because she thinks there is both mental phenomena and non-mental phenomena, and neither is reducible to the other. So you might call that a type of dualism. In any case, I think that's a plausible interpretation of her view. Um, but she doesn't self-identify as a dualist. That's me trying to categorize her in terms of some academic terminology. She is definitely a capitalist, uh, although what is meant by capitalist, that can be a bone of contention. I think, like many people today will say, I'm a capitalist, and um, when I find out more about what they support, I would say, actually, I don't think you are a capitalist. Um, like today's, uh, what I would say is a mixed economy in the United States, I would say is not a capitalist system. But many people would say the United States, as well as many countries in Europe, are capitalists. I would say no, none of them are. They're a far cry from capitalism. So I'm not sure exactly what you mean here by capitalist, but maybe we could get into that later. As for you say, you lean towards deontology. So Rand is an egoist. So she thinks, uh, and not a deontologist. If that means a duty sort of ethics, where there are things that are just right, things you just ought to do, irrespective of their consequences. They're just good to do. Period. On Rand's view, things are only good for a certain purpose. So they're not just good, full stop. If you say something like a banana is good, well, why is it good? It's good for someone and for some purpose. Like it might be good for me for the purpose of staving off my hunger. Um, but it's not just good, period. It's good because it serves some purpose for some agents, which I think is a different approach than the deontological approach. Um, Maybe you could call it a consequentialist approach. I'm not sure. I've actually discussed that on my stream before, whether Rand's ethics should be construed as a form of consequentialism. I'm not sure. I know some objectivist philosophers have argued it's not that, but I'm not sure myself about that. Am I still sharing my chat or am I sharing? No, I'm not sharing anything right now, am I? No, I'm not sharing anything. Um, I'll have to read ITOE, you say. I have read more of her fiction than her nonfiction. I'm just now breaking into the Randian system more formally laid out. Okay. Okay. And then you say, yeah, by rationalism, I just mean we have a substantial a priori knowledge about some concepts, like mathematical ones. I think knowledge is primarily deduction from experience and not pure experience. Okay. So Rand would say we don't have a priori knowledge about any concepts. If a priori means independent of our experience, all of our concepts are based on experience, including mathematical ones. And if you read ITOE, then that will give you a better idea of her thoughts on this. But to just be brief about it, I'll just say that all knowledge is based on experience in Rand's view, including mathematical knowledge. And also induction is very much emphasized in her approach. That's that's the primary way we learn. We start from experience and then we induce general knowledge from that. And then once we have those general pieces of knowledge, like principles, we can deduce from them. But you can't deduce until you've got something to deduce from. And where do you get that thing to deduce from? Well, it comes from induction on Rand's view. Yeah, very Aristotelian slash teleological ethics on her, and it sounds like on her end, it sounds like yes, she was definitely Aristotelian in her basic approach, and she regarded Aristotle as the greatest philosopher. Maybe I can find a good quote in the Ayn Rand lexicon. Do you know about the Ayn Rand lexicon? I think that's a it's a great resource. It has it collects together a bunch of quotes, passages from Ayn Rand. I'll share it on the screen. Here it is. Courses.aynrand.org/lexicon. It's organized from A to Z, so you can look up topics. Let's find Aristotle here. There must be an entry on Aristotle. Here we go. Let's read some of what she said on Aristotle. Aristotle's philosophy was the intellect's declaration of independence. Aristotle, the father of logic, should be given the title of the world's first intellectual in the purest and noblest sense of that word. No matter what remnants of Platonism did exist in Aristotle's system, His incomparable achievement lay in the fact that he defined the basic principles of a rational view of existence and of man's consciousness, that there is only one reality, the one which man perceives, that it exists as an objective absolute, which means independently of the consciousness, the wishes, or the feelings of any perceiver, that the task of man's consciousness is to perceive, not to create reality, that abstractions are man's method of integrating his sensory material, that man's mind is his only tool of knowledge, that A is A. This part distinguishes his view from idealism. You mentioned idealism before. So if existence exists independently of consciousness, that would be asserting a non-idealist sort of view. I'll read one more paragraph here. If we consider the fact that to this day, everything that makes us civilized beings, every rational value that we possess, including the birth of science, the Industrial Revolution, the creation of the United States, even the structure of our language, is the result of Aristotle's influence, of the degree to which explicitly or implicitly men accepted his epistemological principles, we would have to say, never have so many owed so much to one man. Unquote. So there's a tribute to Aristotle. And there's a lot more here. Here's Leonard Peikoff. He was her student for decades, her top student. And then some quotes from ITOE. So this is a really good resource for learning about Rand. It was edited by Harry Binswanger, who I mentioned before. Here he is, the editor of this lexicon. He came up in connection with the philosophy of math or physics earlier. By capitalism, I do mean a complete severing of state from market forces. Okay. Rand would agree with that. Yes, the Ayn Rand lexicon I found to be so helpful. The entry on poverty is very nice. I like the quote about affliction not being a claim check on the existence of others. So pithy and powerful. I wonder what persuades you of deontology. Where did you mention that? Uh, Here you see you lean towards deontology. I think Kant is often associated with deontology. Simon says, "What knowledge claim can you make independent of experience?" I guess mathematical ones is maybe what any case two would say. All right. Well, this has been interesting to have this chat with someone who is a philosophy major, or at least philosophy student. I don't know if philosophy is your major, an undergrad philosophy student. Thanks for the likes on the stream. I see we're up to 7 now. Oh, thanks for the subscribes too. The number of subscribers went up to 971. That's the highest it's been. I've been there before, but sometimes I lose a subscriber, but it's now gone back up. So I am now back up to 971. If you want to help me get to a new record, which I've never gotten to, you can subscribe right now and take me to 972. I have never gotten that high. So does anyone want to be subscriber number 972? All right. Uh, oh, I guess since Simon is here, I don't know if I mentioned before, Simon, that I was able to do TikTok live. So, because you had mentioned doing TikTok lives before, and a couple days ago, I got a message on TikTok when I was scrolling through that I could do lives. I don't know why, but it suddenly allowed me to do lives, and I did a live just as an experiment. I didn't end up posting it, um, but I just wanted to see if I could get it to work, and I was able to get it to work. For math, where do you get the concept of a measurement or a unit independent from experience? Says Simon. Probably because you linked your YouTube and have followers linked to your other socials. Oh, so maybe TikTok has a way of detecting how many followers I have on other platforms, and if they see I have a significant number of followers on YouTube, then they'll offer me the ability to go live on TikTok. Okay, maybe I don't know, but that might explain it. So as I said earlier in the stream, I think it's you need 1,000 followers on TikTok in order to do a live stream on TikTok, and I only have like 40 or 50 right now. But maybe TikTok found out how many followers I have on YouTube or how many subscribers, and they thought, oh, well, maybe he can get up to 1,000 fast, and so we'll let him in sooner than we otherwise would. Um, because if he has a large following on YouTube, maybe he can get a large following on TikTok fast. He can just um, tell people to go over to TikTok. Maybe I should share my TikTok screen. I guess I'll do that. I've never shared my TikTok page on here. Okay. Now that's just going to be, oh, view profile. Okay, this is the one I want. Yeah, here we go. I can show this. What is that? Oh, those are some other accounts I'm following. Okay, so here's my TikTok page. And you can see right now I have 43 followers on TikTok. So normally I think you need 1,000 to live stream, but maybe what Simon says is right. Maybe TikTok found out about my YouTube following, and then for that reason, it'll let me do a live stream sooner. And these are all just short videos. Like many of them, I think are 1 minute long, 1 or 2 minutes. So I've only done short form content on TikTok so far. Looks like I've got 12 videos posted. Um, but I thought it might be fun to try to reach some new audiences on TikTok. Maybe some people don't use YouTube and they just use TikTok. So maybe I could reach new people. So I might experiment with that more in the coming year. But if you want to follow me, I on TikTok, my account is Dan Norton 11, as opposed to YouTube where I only have a single one after my name. YouTube is at Dan Norton 1 and TikTok is at Dan Norton 11. And X or Twitter is three ones, Dan Norton 111. I just do as many as I want, ones as I need in order to get a unique account that someone else hasn't already claimed. I think the most famous Dan Norton in the world is a rugby player. If you just Google Dan Norton and your algorithm isn't already set up to make it think you're interested in me, it'll probably take you to the rugby player Dan Norton. So, all right, see some discussion in the chat between Simon or any case. In response to Simon, basic judgments like seven is prime is true in virtue of what the seven and the prime mean. Neither sevenness nor primeness have I ever experienced via sense data. What about when you see seven things and you learn to count? What if I hold up seven fingers? Are you experiencing sevenness right now? I think that's how we learn what these numbers mean. It's from experience. Um, First, we learn one, the idea of a unit. This is all discussed in, well, some of this is discussed in ITOE, but just saying a little about it right now. I think rationalists will often say we have innate knowledge, like we're just born knowing certain things, like Plato. And then if we're questioned in the right way, then that knowledge can be brought out of us, like the slave boy in Plato's dialogue called the Meno. I think you see the Socrates asks questions of the slave boy, and then he leads him to see to grasp the Pythagorean theorem. But I recall Leonard Peikoff talking about how the Socrates' questions to the slave boy, they smuggle in the knowledge that allegedly was already in the slave boy. And so the questions amount to saying, for instance, don't you see that the sum of the legs of a triangle are equal in size to the square of the hypotenuse? don't you see that the sum of the squares of the sides add up to the same size as the square of the hypotenuse? Oh, yes, Socrates. I see that. So he's Socrates hasn't really played fair, so to speak, in this dialogue. He's feeding him the information and then he pretends as though it was already in his interlocutor. Um, Certainly, I use seven as an empirical tool in counting, measuring, etc. But 7 plus 7 equals 14 corresponds to the way the world is, even if there were no instances of 7 or 4 in this world, says any case. I'm just calling you any case for short. It's fewer syllables. But if you have another name or some shortened version by which you want me to refer to you, then you can let me know. Even if there were no instances of 7 or 14 in this world, says any case. Well, there might be some mathematical problems you could do like that. Like I'm sure people have used 7 and 7 in actual cases. Like you add 7 chairs to one side of the table and 7 chairs to another side of a table, and you get 14 total. But you can imagine there were take some problem like 186,295 plus 335,718. Maybe no one has ever done that particular math problem before. If so, add on some more digits until you get to some unique math problem no one has ever done before. And then you might compute the answer and say, did that answer corresponds to the way the world is, even if there were no instances of those two numbers in the world? Well, um, I don't know why there wouldn't be instances of those numbers because they were just 6 digits, and are countless atoms and molecules that you could count and get up to those numbers. But anyway, I'm not sure it suffices to show that a concept is not empirical if some numerical concept is not empirical if it doesn't correspond to some particular thing someone has measured. But let me read your last chat. You say it would be true in all possible worlds, even in a world where there is only one thing. The notion of possible worlds is a way of thinking which is different than Rand doesn't speak that way, which is not necessarily to say it's invalid. Maybe it's a valid conceptual tool, but um, at least depending on how it's used, this idea of possible worlds. Like you could say, it's a possible world in which I hold up two fingers in the next 5 seconds. There, I just did it. Turns out that possible was an actual world. There's also a possible world in which I hold up one finger in the next 3 seconds. Okay, well, that possible world didn't become actual. It could have if I had chosen to hold up one finger in the next 3 seconds, but it didn't. So there might be some interpretation of possible worlds where it can make sense to think in terms of them, but I'm not sure that all the ways possible worlds are used in academic philosophy are valid uses. But anyways, another thought I had on this, what am I sharing now? I forget what screen I'm sharing sometimes. Oh, I'm sharing the chat window. Okay, good. That's the one I meant to be sharing. Uh, I wonder if the concept seven would be meaningless if there were only one thing. Because concepts, they don't have, they mean something to a mind. There is no concept of seven. Like if there were only one thing, maybe you might say like the singularity that existed before the Big Bang, the thing that exploded in the Big Bang. That's if we say that's the only thing, then there aren't any concepts. There's no concept of seven or anything else because there's no mind. A concept is a mental entity. Ayn Rand uses that term in ITOE, or at least the appendix of ITOE. But there are no concepts. You might say there's one thing, the singularity, but there is no concept of one. And if there is only one thing, there could be no concept of seven or four or three or two or one. There couldn't be any concepts. Concept of a tree, of a house. There has to be a mind for there to be a concept. You might, maybe, I guess you could say, if there were a human being to observe the one thing, then maybe there could be oneness. So would it be true even if there was only one thing? I think maybe it would be meaningless. Like actually, we'll take the phrase itself, 7 plus 7 equals 14. Is that already more than one thing? What counts as a thing? If the number seven is a thing, plus is a thing, another seven is a thing, the equal sign is a thing, the one is a thing, the four is a thing. So that's six things, right? At least six things. So is there a contradiction there to think that this would be true in a world of only one thing? Is it really a world of only one thing if this truth exists? Or are there two things, namely the truth and the one thing referred to here? So I think maybe there's um, some Platonist influence here in the way mathematics is being thought about. Like there's this world of truths, of mathematical truths that exists independent of any mind. and those truths hold no matter what the world is like. Maybe you would think they would that mathematical truths are true even if nothing exists, let alone one thing. Even if nothing exists, it's still true that 7 plus 7 equals 14. I don't know if you would say that, but does that make sense to say that it would be true even if nothing exists? How can the truth exist if nothing exists? How can the truth that 7 plus 7 equals 14 exist if nothing exists? Um, and objectivism does hold a correspondence theory of truth. So if I say, um, I'm holding up three fingers, well, that would be a true statement because it corresponds to the way the world is, because I'm actually holding up three fingers right now. If I'm only holding up two, then the statement I'm holding up three fingers is false because it does not correspond to the way the world is. But if 7 plus 7 equals 14 is going to correspond to something, well, there has to be something for it to correspond to. So how can it correspond to anything if there's only one thing? What is it even talking about? Maybe you could try to construe it as a conditional statement, like if there were seven things next to seven other things, then there would be 14 things. So it's a conditional sort of correspondence. Um, but I don't know if you would want to say that mathematics is a conditional, if that it's asserting conditional truths like that. Like if you have seven things and if you have seven more things, then you will have 14 things. But there is no just seven. Seven what? Seven chairs, seven dogs, seven pencils. Um, so I think if there aren't things for these numbers to refer to, then the numbers become meaningless and they're not true or false. They're just meaningless. Okay, there are a bunch more chats from, or a few more chats here from Simon. Adding 7 units with another 7 units would be the same in all possible worlds, but the knowledge claim specifically of knowing what seven is what's in question. How can you know what seven is divorced from experience? Rationalism states you can have knowledge prior to the experience. But if you apply that method consistently, you have no primary basis to make any of the claims, to make any claim about reality absent of the first experience. Some of this topic is discussed in Leonard Peikoff's essay, The Analytic Synthetic Dichotomy, which is included in the book ITOE, at least the expanded second edition. There's a discussion of the a priori and the a posteriori. Uh, no a priori knowledge, says Frederick. Hi, Frederick. Welcome. Yeah. A priori is independent of experience or prior to experience. And for for Aristotle and Rand or empiricists generally, there is no such thing as knowledge prior to experience. I'm checking my chat list now. Oh, let me take a look at my analytics too. I'm going to update my description. Discussing selects philosophical issues with chat, including philosophy of math. I'm going to update that. Okay. I hope we're not overloading any case here um, with too much. He said he's interested in reading ITOE, so I guess this is just I'm trying to give a little taste of how she might approach some of these issues differently. Simon says, for the rationalists, if you take it serious, what it equates to is every theory being equally valid until tested. I can bring a math PhD if you're interested in a discussion, says Simon. You mean right now or some other time? Is the math PhD also an objectivist or what people see is imagined, says Frederick, as if a fetus could know humanness of breath. If he's free, I can bring him right now. He is not an objectivist. He's a soft Platonist. Okay, I don't know. I wasn't particularly aiming to have a debate or discussion with someone who knows a lot about math, but now that I'm considering it, um, I'm not sure. Does he have, okay, you say he's a soft Platonist. So if he were to come on here, maybe we could discuss that. Like he could defend his Platonist view Uh, and I could challenge him on that with a more Aristotelian, uh, Randian approach. I can schedule it if you're interested. It doesn't need to be now. I think a different day would be better for that. Okay, let me think about that. And maybe I'll take you up on that in a future stream. But it's good to know that maybe we can do that sometime. Or at least if I were to do it now, I would want to take a break first, I think. I might want to do that anyways, but um, I'll let you know if I decide to go ahead with that. Okay, well, any case, I don't know if any case is still here, but I'm glad he came by. I'm glad you came by if you're still listening. And I welcome you to come by anytime we can chat some more. And if you read ITOE or other things by Rand and you want to talk about it, we can do that. You can call in if you want. Even geometric proofs are based on seen objects, says Frederick. I wonder if I can see in my analytics how many hours of watch time I have on this video, on this stream right now. Oh, nice. It says there's 38.6 hours. Oh, and I got up to a peak of 13 live viewers at once. That was the highest I got so far today. I think it's been several streams since I got that high, so that's good to see. Average of 8. That's also higher than my last few streams. Good. Maybe I should stop here while I've got some good numbers. I don't know how long I'm going to go today. Does anyone want to raise any other topics? If I get some really good topics that in the chat, then things that there might be some topics you can raise in the chat that will make me really motivated to continue the stream longer. So you can influence my decision of how long to make this stream by participating in the chat. And the more participation there is, the more likely it is that I will keep going. I always enjoy a good discussion on epistemology, says Simon. I remember you called in once, and I think we talked about terms objective and subjective and intrinsic. That was when Isa, your acquaintance, also called in the same day. I think that was, yeah, I think that's right. And we also talked about theism after she came on. Simon says, I recently got into it with a rationalist about how it's impossible to discuss with objectivists because they invent so many definitions. Objectivists invent so many definitions. Is that what you mean? Ayn Rand does offer many definitions. Sometimes she reconceptualizes terms, existing terms like capitalism or selfishness, and she provides a new definition of those terms. Florida Nick says, I started cooking chicken thighs, so I'm good for about an hour more. All right. Like for Rand's, oh, for example, says Simon, Rand disagreed with Aristotle on identity, causality, etc. So she agrees with Aristotle, but she doesn't. I was thinking about putting a time limit on streams, like saying I'll only go for 5 hours as a way of encouraging sooner participation. Like maybe if you know it's going to end at a certain time, you'll be more likely to send in your chats sooner, before that 5 hour mark at least. But if there's no definite end time, then it might seem less urgent to send your chats in. I don't know if that's a good idea. Simon says she redefined those terms, identity, causality, etc. I don't know about that. Well, she didn't use Greek for one thing, so I'm not sure what the equivalent of those terms in Greek would be. Excuse me. What's the I'm trying to remember the Aristotle's term for cause. Itia, was that it? Aitia, I think that just popped into mind. Uh, in Greek, Itia means cause, reason, fault, or accusation, evolving from a legal sense of blame to a broader philosophical concept for the why or origin of things, famously used by Aristotle in his concept of the four causes: material, formal, efficient, final, for understanding existence, with related words like aition for cause or fault. I did not study ancient Greek in graduate school, but I did learn a few words here and there, and I remembered this one. So I don't know how Aristotle if he offered a definition of idea and then Rand redefined that. He had a certain conception of these four causes, four types of causes. I don't know that Rand recognized all of those. Staying on though with 10 people watching also promotes your watch time though. That's true. I do appreciate the audience being here. That's I like these numbers. So thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. Does any one of the 10 people want to say hello in the chat? Sometimes people just like to watch anonymously. That's okay, but I like to know who's watching if they don't mind saying. I have some idea from the chat as to who's watching, but people can come and go, so I don't know who's here right now. I think the highest I ever got was 20 concurrent viewers, but it's been a while since I got that high. I don't know why. It's like it's hard to predict how high it's going to go on a in any given stream. Florida Nick says, "Howdy, hello." I knew you were here because you chatted recently, just a few minutes ago. But I do know that of a quarter or a third of my viewers are often non-subscribers. So I don't know if any of those people are watching right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. Let me take a look at my notes, see if there's any points I thought I might discuss. Okay. I see. Here's one point I could talk a little about. It's not a big point. Uh, yeah, just one other point. Maybe I'll discuss it another day. Okay. I think I'm going to end the stream now. I'm pretty satisfied with how this went. Got some more subscribers and had a good number of viewers. So thank you for that. Thanks for being here and for participating, both chatters and callers. Chatters, callers, and viewers or listeners. Thanks to all of you. So I will probably stream again in about 5 days on Thursday, and hope to see you there. Does anyone want to say any last thing before I wrap up? I'll give you another 30 seconds or so in the chat. Um, Take care, Dan. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Same to you, Simon. Here's a chat that came in from Frederick. He says, doesn't the Fountainhead show Ayn Rand's exposition of Aristotle's four causations? Keating steals the formal to get the final. I had not thought of Rand as showing Aristotle's four causes in the Fountainhead. That never occurred to me. Let me read that again. Keating steals the formal to get the final. Like he goes through the motions of being an architect. He has the form of an architect in order to get success. That's his final cause, the thing he's aiming at. And he's not, or to get prestige and money. And he's not really in substance an architect. He's just kind of a superficial architect. Whereas Rourke is a real architect, or Keating is a mediocre architect. Um, um, Plot spoilers here. And he plagiarizes work. Um, so maybe you mean something like that. He has something he's aiming at, and he steals the formal cause. Um, Maybe you could try to analyze it that way. I mean, I don't think Ayn Rand had that. I don't think she was aiming to. It is. I'm not aware that Ayn Rand thought of it in these terms, but maybe if you could try to analyze what's going on in Aristotelian terms. Um, I would want to think about that some more, though. Nick says, thanks for the show. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. And he's going to play some video games, it looks like, if I understand what that means, his last chat. Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for coming by. Um, he takes the ideas of buildings needed to build, says Frederick. Okay. Maybe we could discuss that more in another show if you want. Oh, I just got a new person pop in the chat. See, it's hard for me to leave when I see new people are joining. Prime Colors says not trying to throw a wrench in things. I just joined. But what do you think about retro causality? Never mind. He's a, well, okay, let me maybe I can just say very briefly something about that. So if you mean causing something to happen in the past, then I don't think that's possible. I talked a little about that earlier in this stream. Someone was asking about whether you can take photographs of events that are in the past. And I also talked about seeing stars. Like if you look at a star that has exploded and no longer exists, are you seeing the past? Is that a case of maybe not retro causality, but retro something, somehow having contact with the past? Um, so I'm not sure if that's what you have in mind by, I don't know exactly what you mean by retro causality, but if you mean having some kind of causal interaction with the past, I don't think so. I don't think you can do that. But there might be some subtleties and nuances to make that deserve to be um, discussed. Um, but I don't want to try to get into that right now. Um, but maybe we can go into some more another day if you want to. Um, Future affecting past. Uh, no, I don't think that's possible. Oh, I can't say if so. There's something called goal causation. Like it is my goal to get to 1,000 subscribers. And is that goal? I'm not there yet, but is that goal causing me to do what I'm doing now? Like trying to increase my reach by advertising on Facebook or X? Is that future goal that doesn't exist affecting my present actions? Would you say that's the future influencing the present? Um, I don't I don't think so. I think there's another way to think of what's going on there. Like maybe you could say my present desire um, for some future outcome. It's what's at least in part causing me to do what I'm doing now. Um, Harry Benswanger, he's an objectivist philosopher. He talks about goal causation and final causation in his book, The Biological Basis of Teleological Concepts. So if you're interested in this topic, you might want to check out that book. But yeah, maybe next time we can talk more about this. Okay, thanks everyone for being here. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll catch you later. Oh, I have to time this so that there's not a bunch of dead air after I say my goodbye. I have to where's my stream oh yeah, here's my stream. All right, now my official goodbye. I will see you hopefully in a future live stream. Thanks for being here. Bye bye.